Recording in progress.
Grabe yung gwapo.
The session is now called to order. Please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pa sisingil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingling. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga ating at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the invocation to be delivered by the Honorable Reynante Arrogancia from the 3rd District of Quezon.
Let us all bow our head. Heavenly Father,
We thank you for your abundant love and amazing graces. Your generosity and goodness knows no bounds. We are cognizant of the great responsibility you have placed upon us as members of Congress. We graciously seek your guidance that as we endeavor to pursue what is good for the Filipino people, that we do so with the pureness of our hearts, the clarity of minds, and the moral strength to do so. Bless this House of the people, its members, staff, and our constituents. We humbly pray that in all that we do, we give glory to your holy name. Amen.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we call the roll of members.
The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of the members.
Roll call of members, honorable representatives, Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bonggalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Wangko Jaime, Ko Wangko Mark, Colada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galios, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Orturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gullias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lasatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ong Juan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suansing Horacio, Suansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samier, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendel, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villaferte Luis Raymond, Villaferte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divine Grace, U Jason Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Madam Speaker, the roll call shows that 310 members responded to the call.
With 310 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, considering the copies of the journals of the previous sessions were already distributed to members, I move that we dispense with the reading of the same and approve the following. Journal number 33, dated November 28, 2022, and Journal number 34, dated November 29, 2022.
There is a motion to approve the said journals. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business and request the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and resolutions on first reading, and as well as its communications and committee reports.
The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as messages, communications, and committee reports.
Preference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill number 6415, providing for the conversion of Lingayen Binmalay Baywalk Road in the province of Pangasinan into a national road by Representative Cojuangco Mark.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 6417, upgrading the LTO Lingayen District Office into a Class B LTO District Office located in Lingayen, Pangasinan by Representative Cojuangco Mark.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill 6418, integrating the study of current events in the K-12 curriculum by Representative De Venecia.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6419, granting universal social pension to all senior citizens by Representative De Venecia.
to the Special Committee on Senior Citizens,
House Bill 6420, providing for the creation of the Pangasinan River Control System covering the province of Pangasinan by Representative De Venecia.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 6421, amending Section 148 and adding Sections 148B, 148C, and 148D in the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 by Representative De Venecia.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill 6422, providing for rank structure upgrade and reclassification in the Bureau of Fire Protection and the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology by Representative De Venecia.
to the Committee on Public Order and Safety,
House Bill 6423, strengthening the Energy Regulatory Commission by Representatives Dagook, De Jesus, and Colada.
to the Committee on Energy,
House Bill 6424, providing for the condonation of the overdue power accounts by the Lanao del Sur Electric Cooperative, Inc. from the Power Sector's Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation by Representatives Adyong, Balindong, De Jesus, and Dagook.
to the Committee on Energy,
House Bill number 6425 to 6438, providing free child care centers in certain barangays in Quezon City by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 6439, providing free child care centers in every municipality and city in the Philippines by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Welfare of Children,
House Bill 6440, providing for the conduct of hybrid national, local, and Bangsamoro Autonomous Region elections through manual voting and counting at the precinct level and automated transmission and canvassing by Representative Morden.
to the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms,
House Bill 6441, providing for the Magna Carta of outschool youth by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 6442, establishing the Boriches Sports Training Center in Quezon City by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 6443, authorizing the construction of the Quezon City District 5 Sports Arena in Barangay Fairview, Quezon City by Representative Vargas.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 6445, mandating retailers of aftermarket motorcycle parts and accessories to issue warranties and reimburse end-user buyers for non-compliant motorcycle parts and accessories with current LTO regulation by Representative Gutierrez.
to the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 6446, granting student fare discount on transportation tickets purchased online by Representative Gutierrez.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 6447, mandating the installation of CCTVs in all transportation terminals by Representative Gutierrez.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 6448, providing subsidies for indigent public utility drivers in the payment of fees and charges for certain certificates and clearances required by the LTO in applying for a professional driver's license by Representative Gutierrez.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 6449, requiring the inclusion of road safety education as part of the curriculum of the K-12 program by Representative Gutierrez.
to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture,
House Bill 6450, amending RA number 8794, imposing a motor vehicle user's charge on owners of all types of motor vehicle by Representative Gutierrez.
to the Committee on Ways and Means,
House Bill 6451, exempting public utility vehicle drivers from paying fees and charges imposed by the LTO in connection with the application and renewal of their professional driver's license by Representative Gutierrez.
to the Committee on Transportation,
House Bill 6453, regulating the production, importation, sale, and use of single-use plastics by Representative Barba.
to the Committee on Ecology,
House Bill 6454, declaring a parcel of land located in Paway, Ilocos Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape by Representative Barba.
to the Committee on Natural Resources,
House Bill 6455, redefining the crime of game fixing by Representative Barba.
to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development,
House Bill 6456, establishing a field office of the Commission on Higher Education in Batac City, Ilocos Norte by Representative Barba.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 6457, providing for modernization funding to PhilWalks by Representative Barba.
to the Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill 6458, providing for additional modernization funding to Pagasa by Representative Barba.
to the Committee on Science and Technology,
House Bill number 6459 and 6460, providing for the establishment of the Kibawe Bukidnon TESDA Training and Assessment Center and Don Carlos Bukidnon TESDA Training and Assessment Center by Representative Subiri.
to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education,
House Bill 6461, establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in Santa Catalina, Ilocos Sur by Representative Singson Ronald.
to the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources,
House Bill 6462, establishing the Eastern Visayas Special Economic Zone and Freeport in Ormoc City, Leyte, by Representatives Gomez, Noel, and Lacson Noel.
to the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry,
House Bill 6463, establishing the National Framework for Water Resource Management and creating the Department of Water Resources and the Water Regulatory Commission, by Representative Marino.
to the Committee on Government Reorganization, the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Bill 6464, recognizing tax declaration of property as proof of ownership over unregistered or untitled lands, by Representative Marino.
to the Committee on Local Government,
House Bill 6465, further promoting entrepreneurship by strengthening, empowering, and enhancing the financing and other support programs for micro, small, and medium enterprises, by Representative Marino.
to the Committee on Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprise Development,
House Bill 6466, increasing the salary grade of public school teachers from salary grade 11 to 15, by Representative Marino.
to the Committee on Appropriations,
House Bill 6467, declaring the Looc Bay area located in Looc, Romblon, an ecotourism destination, by Representative Madrona.
to the Committee on Tourism,
Resolutions, House Resolution 599, urging the House Committee on Local Government to conduct an inquiry into the misalignment between the derivation of national tax allotment and funding requirements for full devolution of certain public services to LGUs, by Representative Gomez.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 600, calling for an investigation of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources on its crackdown against vendors in local markets selling imported fish like pampano and pink salmon, by Representative Barzaga.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 601, urgently requesting the national government to form an interagency task force to study, plan, draft, and formulate a comprehensive study to address the imminent water crisis in the country, by Representative Silverio.
to the Committee on Public Works and Highways,
House Resolution 602, directing the appropriate committee to immediately conduct an investigation into the termination of the power supply agreement between the San Miguel Corporation and the Meralco that would probably result in a surge of the cost of electricity, by Representative Fernandez.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 603, expressing the profound condolences of the House on the passing of Mr. Rene Aranda, by
To the committee.
Representatives De Venecia, Del Marco, Angelica Natasha Benitez, Maceda Hernandez, Veloso Tuazon, Villarica Rodriguez Rufus Comun, Barba Robes, Quaresma Vergara Velasco Salceda, Singson Mihan Oribata Gomark, Gomez, Kimbo, Frasco, Bolilla, Aumentado, Arenas, and Bautista Lim.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 604, congratulating and commending Billy Crawford for winning Season 12 of Dancing avec les Stars, by Representatives De Venecia, Del Marco, Angelica Natasha Benitez, Maceda Hernandez, Veloso Tuazon, Villarica Rodriguez Rufus, Congun, Barba, Robes, Quaresma, Vergara, Velasco, Salceda, Singson Mihan, Oribata, Gomark, Gomez, Kimbo, Frasco, Bolilla, Aumentado, Arenas, and Bautista Lim.
to the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts,
House Resolution 605, expressing the profound condolences of the House on the passing of Miss Flora Gasser, by Representatives De Venecia, Del Marco, Angelica Natasha Benitez, Maceda Hernandez, Veloso Tuazon, Villarica Rodriguez Rufus, Congun, Barba Robes, Quaresma, Vergara, Velasco, Salceda, Singson Mian, Oribata, Gomark, Gomez, Kimbo, Frasco, Bolilla, Aumentado, and Arenas, and Bautista Lim.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 606, congratulating two Filipino architects for winning the German Design Council's Iconic Awards 2022 and 8 Filipino architecture firms competing as finalists at the World Architecture Festival 2022, by Representatives De Venecia, Del Marco, Angelica Natasha Benitez, Maceda Hernandez, Veloso Tuazon, Villarica Rodriguez Rufus, Congun, Barba Robes, Quaresma Vergara Velasco Salceda, Singson Mihan, Horibata Gomark, Gomez, Kimbo, Frasco, Bolilla, Aumentado, Arenas, and Bautista Lim.
to the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts,
House Resolution 607, expressing the profound condolences of the House on the passing of Miss Tess Cruz Pasola, by Representatives De Venecia, Del Marco, Angelica Natasha Benitez, Maceda Hernandez, Veloso Tuazon, Villarica Rodriguez Rufus, Congun, Barba Robes, Quaresma Vergara Velasco Salceda, Singson Mihan, Oribata Gomark, Gomez, Kimbo, Frasco, Bolilla, Aumentado, Arenas, and Bautista Lim.
to the Committee on Rules,
House Resolution 608, urging the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development and the NEDA to review and revise the price ceiling for socialized housing to conform to prevailing economic conditions, by Representative Gintu.
to the Committee on Housing and Urban Development,
Communication, letter dated November 17, 2022 of the BSP Acting Deputy Director, Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services transmitting to the House a duly certified copy of our circular letter dated 14 November 2022.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Committee reports. Committee report number 192, submitted by the Committee on Agriculture and Food on House Bill 4337. Committee report 193, submitted by the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals on House Bill 6468. Committee report 194, submitted by the Committee on Economic Affairs, the Committee on Trade and Industry, and the Committee on Appropriations, and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill 24. Committee report number 195, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, the Committee on Appropriations, and the Committee on Ways and Means on House Bill 6473. Committee report numbers 196 and 197, submitted by the Committee on Tourism and on House Bill number 6474 and 6475, respectively. Committee report number 198, submitted by the Committee on Housing and Urban Development and the Committee on Appropriations on House Bill 428.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business bills on first reading. House Bill 6469, separating Coronadal Comprehensive National High School Extension Paraiso from Coronadal Comprehensive National High School main campus, converting it into the Governor Sergio B. Morales National High School located in Paraiso, Coronadal City, South Cotabato, by Representative Miguel.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6470, providing for the separation and autonomy of Esperanza National High School, Annex, San Jose Campus in San Jose, Coronadal City, South Cotabato, from Esperanza National High School main campus to be known as Marbel National High School, by Representative Miguel.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 6471, establishing additional 2 branches of municipal trial courts in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed at Coronadal City, South Cotabato, by Representative Miguel.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 6472, expanding the tax-exempt purchases of balikbayans at all government-owned duty-free shops, by Representative Libanan.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 6476, protecting senior citizens from violence, defining elder abuse, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Special Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 6477, establishing a cancer medicine and treatment assistance fund for indigent and underprivileged Filipinos, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6478, enhancing the resiliency and adaptability of farmers to adverse weather and climate events, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 6479, to promote and support the development and growth of the Philippine film industry, creating the Philippine Film Commission, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Committee on Public Information.
House Bill 6480, establishing a framework for film and television tourism in the Philippines, creating an interagency committee on film and television tourism, by Representative Tambunting.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industry and Performing Arts.
House Bill 6481, establishing the Barangay Health Frontline Medical Services, transforming barangay health care by providing for continuing learning to barangay health workers, by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 6482, further strengthening the professionalism and promoting the continuity of policies and modernization initiatives in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Tupas, Alvarez Mercedes, U. Divina Grace, and Bustos.
To the Committee on National Defense and Security.
House Bill 6484, granting a franchise to the First Laguna Electric Cooperative, Inc., by Representatives Agarao de Jesus and Dagook.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 6485, providing for the establishment of Santa Maria Technical Vocational School in Santa Maria, Bulacan, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Education.
House Bill 6486, instituting a National Citizen Service Training Program in all public and private tertiary education institutions, repealing for the purpose RA number 9163, otherwise known as the National Service Training Program Act, and appropriating funds therefore, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Dalipe, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
Committee report number 199, submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education on House Bill 6483.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker,
Additional reference of business. Committee report number 200, submitted by the Committee on Human Rights on House Bill 6492.
To the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before we move for the opening of the privilege hour, may I move that we recognize a former member of the House, Representative Christopher Belmonte.
Welcome to the House, Congressman Belmonte. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, today being a Monday and pursuant to the rules, I move that we open the privilege hour.
There's a motion to open the privilege hour. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move to withdraw the earlier motion to open the privilege hour on the
Motion's
request of-
withdrawn. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the guests of the Senior Deputy Speaker, Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, who are from the municipality of Guagua, Pampanga, and who are as follows. The Mayor, Anthony Joseph Torres, Vice Mayor Benjamin Lim Jr., and their councilors, Joanne Carion, Councilor Rowan Enriquez, Councilor Michelle Rivera, Councilor Michael Mangiliman, Councilor Amos Gulias, Councilor Jovi Tulio, Councilor Homer Garcia, Councilor Ivan Lerner Javier, who is the SK Chairman, and of course, the Municipal Administrator, Anthony Tuano, the local legislative staff, Roy Andrew Sunlao, and 4 staff members, Ronald Sanchez, Joel Dare, Evelyn Canlas, and Gino Ocampo. I so move, Madam Speaker.
To the guests of Senior Deputy Speaker Gloria Macapagal Arroyo from the municipality of Guagua, Pampanga, the Mayor, Anthony Joseph Torres, and Vice Mayor Benjamin L. Lim Jr., their councilors, municipal administrator, local legislative staff, and staff. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that we open the privilege hour, today being a Monday, and pursuant to the rules. I
There's
so
a
move.
motion to open the privilege hour. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I now move that we acknowledge or recognize the Honorable Maria Victoria Copilar of the 6th District of Quezon City to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Maria Victoria C. Copilar from the 6th District of Quezon City is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of this august temple of democracy, I rise in a matter of personal and collective privilege. Former Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew believed that owning a home gives Singaporean a sense of equity, that they own a part of the city, making them care more for the community. He was quoted saying, "This was a plan we had from the very beginning, to give everybody a home at cost or below cost. And as development takes place, everybody gets a lift, all boats rise as the tides rises." The reality which now every Singaporean lives is a dream I have and relentlessly strive for our fellow men or fellow countrymen. I stand before you, my honorable colleagues in this august chamber, in pursuit of making reality of this dream. In 2021, by virtue of Resolution 202 that was filed by the esteemed chairman of the Committee on Housing and Urban Development, Honorable Kiko Benitez, this august chamber in the 18th Congress declared a housing crisis in the country, with the need to construct 6,798,920 housing units by 2022. Our ability to build homes is not kept with the population balloon of the country. 6,778,920 bahay ang kinakailangan nating itayo. Napakalaki at tila isang higanting obligasyon sa ating hinaharap. Ibinabahagi ng resolusyon na ito na ang 777,879 na housing units lamang ang nabubuo sa pamamagitan ng pinagsamang kakayahan ng ating pamahalaan at pribadong sektor. Tanging 770,879 na pabahay lamang ang naitatayo at naisakakatuparan. Ito ay 16,205 lamang kada buwan, 16,205. Sa ganitong sistema, aabutin tayo ng mahigit kumulang na 35 years upang mapunan ang ating pangailangan sa pabahay. DSUD data show there is a whooping figure of 1,898,993 informal settlers in the country, including 478,899 in the National Capital Region. Those living in danger areas such as estero, railroads, tracks, garbage dumps, riverbanks, shorelines, and waterways as defined by Republic Act Number 11201, Section 3, Paragraph E. Nakakalunos isipin ang mga sinasapit ng ating mahihirap na mamayan sa tuwing may nasasapit na kalamidad tulad ng bagyo, baha, landslide, sunog at marami pang iba. Sa kanilang pagtulog, sa aking pagtulog, tila ba isang bangungot ang mga ganitong tagpo. Dahil sa aking pagising, aking malalaman sa balita, maririnig sa mga ulat, makikita at mararamdaman ang paghihirap ng ating mga mamayan dahil sa mga kalamidad na dumarating. Walang matuluyan, walang mauwian. Kung nasa evacuation center naman, halos magtagal na lamang doon dahil wala ring masisulungan. Isang malaking pagpapaalala para sa akin kung gaano kahalaga ang aking tungkuling ginagampanan dito sa ating kagalang-galang na Kongreso. Secretary Acosar of the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development revealed that the government plans to push for the goal of 1 million housing units per year during the term of our President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos. Sabi niya, kailangan pagtulungan ng lahat ng stakeholder mula sa pribado at pampublikong sektor upang maisakatuparan ang pangangailangan na ito. Ito ang laman ng Program Zero ISF 2028, Pambansang Pabahay para sa Pilipino. Last October 2022, according to the budget hearing of the House of Representatives, there is 6.5 billion in total amount in escrow and still growing with the interest. And the 3 billion that has been allocated to LGU, maliit at hindi sapat upang matuganan ang halos 6 na bilyon at 700,000 pabahay sa buong Pilipinas. Aside from this, Mr. Speaker, according to the Congressional Policy and Budget Research Department, for the past 5 years, the budget allotment for housing and community development services remained below 1% of the country's total public expenditures. The sector's average budget share for 2016 to 2020 is only 0.18%. Bilang isang key shelter agency, ang DSUD, Mr. Chair, received a budget ceiling of 3.9 billion pesos, far from the 95 billion proposed budget for its annual program and shelter projects. This equates to around 4% of the initial budget proposal for 2023. The DSUD is facing a tall order in its mandate to provide adequate, safe, and affordable homes para sa bawat pamilyang Pilipinong nangangailangan. Kung sa DSUD lamang ang tapon ng problema, mukhang mamumuti ang buhok at di makakatulog si Secretary Acosar. Sa kabila nito, di pa natin pinag-uusapan ang bilang ng mga kawaning galing sa hanay ng kapulisan, mga guro, government employees na nagnanais din na magkaroon ng sarili nilang tahanan. mga kawani na inaalay ang sariling buhay, dugo at pawis para sa ating bansa. Konting baliktanaw tayo. Nung panahon ni Apo Lakay Marcos, naumpisahan niya at nakita niya ang pangangailangan sa pabahay, kung kaya't nagkaroon ng bagong Lipunan Improvement of Sites and Services o tinatawag nating BRIS. Sa aming distrito, nariyan din ang Teachers Please, GSIS Village at marami pang ibang proyektong matatagpuan sa Kalakhang, Maynila. Ang problema ng pabahay ay hindi lamang umiikot sa pagbibigay ng bahay sa mga informal settlers. Ang mga problemang ito ay sanga-sanga, sumasaklaw sa problema ng trabaho, droga, poor health conditions, poor hygiene condition, at poor community and capacity awareness. Mr. Speaker, sa loob ng 27 years na pinaglalaban ko po ito, nagsimula po ako bilang kagawad sa edad na 19 na taon gulang. Dito ko nakita ang karanasan na hindi ko makakalimutan. Sa isang responde, dahil mabigat ang buhos ng ulan, narinig ko ang isang bata pagkatapos ng demolusyon na nakalabas ang kanilang papag sa kalsada. Tinanong ang kanyang ina at ama, "Papasok ba ako bukas? Saan tayo matutulog?" Sa aking murang edad, nagsimula ang aking krusada. Krusada na aking dinala bilang kapitana ng aming barangay at ng barangay Pasong Tamo at konsihal ng Lungsod, Quezon. Umupo ako bilang bahagi ng Quezon City Housing Board. Umupo bilang chairperson ng Urban Poor and Human Settlement ng Konseho ng Lungsod, Quezon. Naging main author ng Quezon City Comprehensive Housing Code of 2019. Ito ang aking ika-28 taon lumalaban para sa karapatan ng ating mga kababayan. Hindi lang ika-6 na distrito ng Lungsod, Quezon, ngunit kasama ang buong lungsod, buong Metro Manila at ngayon laban ng maralita sa buong bansa. Ayon sa ating pag-aaral, isang malaking balakid sa sektor ng pabahay ang burokrasya o sinasabing proseso kung saan maraming ahensya at opisinang daraanan ang mga papeles bago ito maapurbahan. Sa pagkuha pa lamang ng permiso, 27 opisina na ang daraanan. Ang permit naman kinakailangan ng 78 piraso habang ang pirma ng mga taong kinakailangan ay nasa 146 at ang dokumento naman na kinakailangan ay nasa 373 piraso. Sa dami at laki ng numero na dadaanan at kinakailangan, napakahirap at makapag-aproba ng proyektong pabahay. Sa proseso pa lamang upang pahintulutang proyektong pabahay ay isa ng malaking balakid kasama sa mga problema at pagkuha o pagbili ng pamahalaan sa mga lupang maaaring pagtayuan ng socialized housing site. Bagamat sabi ng PSA noong 2018 ng alienable and disposable land ng bansa ay nasa 47.3%. Ipinakita naman ng pag-aaral ng World Bank na sa 14 na milyong hektarya o 47.3%, mahigit kumulang 15% lamang ang maaaring gamitin para sa pabahay dahil sa banta ng pagbaha, landslide at lindol. Problema rin ang presyo ng pabahay. Kahit pa na riyan ang BP 220, nagtatakdang bahagi ng konseptong within the affordable level of average and low-income earners, which is 30%, as determined by NEDA, di ito bumabangga sa buying power ng ating mga kababayan dahil sa mababa ang tinatanggap na sweldo ng pangkaraniwan nating mga manggagawa. Ang isang sibuyas ngayon ay umaabot ng 30 pesos at ang isang piraso hanggang 80 pesos para sa isang pirasong puting sibuyas. Alam ko dahil namamalengke ako para sa aming pamilya. Mas uunahin pa ba nila ang pagbili ng bahay kaysa sa kanilang kumakalam na sikmura? Kasabay ng pagtaas ng presyo ng pagkain, ng pagtaas ng presyo ng produktong petrolyo, pagtaas ng presyo ng construction materials. Ayon nga sa CREBA o Chamber of Real Estate Builders Association Incorporated, during their Bayanihan 2021 June webinar, the socialized housing price range is not realistic. Given the price of urban lands, it is not feasible to undertake this project in the centers. Masalimuot ang problema ng pabahay. Di lamang DSUD, ang mga ahensyang nakakabit dito, ang binabagsakan ng problema sa pagbibigay ng tahanan sa ating mga kababayan. Kasama dito ang pagdevelop ng kanilang kakayahan upang magkaroon ng pangkabuhayan, upang maabot at makapagbayad sa kanilang konsumo ng kuryente, tubig, at masuportahan ng kanilang pamilya. Kailangan ng malapit at abot-kayang medical facilities, maayos na batayan ng serbisyo, kailangan ng mga eskwelahan para sa mga anak, kailangan ng maayos na transportasyon upang maging makatotohanan ang tahanan ng resettlement area. Sa loob ng maraming taon, naikot na siguro natin ang karamihan ng programang pabahay sa iba't ibang bansa. Mr. Speaker, dito tayo dumating sa katotohanan na ang township program ang kailangan ng bawat komunidad na bubuuin ng isang ahensya. Pabilisin at bigyan ng mariing atensyon upang usaping ito, panahon ng tindigan natin ang ating adikain kung kaya tayo naghain ng panukala upang bigyan ng agarang solusyon ang pagsasama-sama ng pribado at pampublikong sektor upang magkaroon ng mabisang tulungan. Palakasin natin ang kakayahan ng DSUD, ang mga ahensyang nakakabit dito upang mabuksan ang pintuan patungo sa land banking, land swapping, community mortgage program, direct purchase, negotiated sale, at Swiss challenge. Sa ating panukala, Mr. Speaker, ang matarik na bundok ng requirement ay ating papatagin upang huwag nang maging balakid pa sa katuparan ng proyektong pabahay sa ating pamahalaan. Gawin natin kaakit-akit para sa mga developer ang ating mga socialized housing project. Bigyan natin ng pagkakataon maging ang maliit na developer ng kapasidad o kakayahan upang maging malusog ang kompetisyon. Ikabababa ng presyo ng produkto at magkakaroon ng mabisang pakikipagtulungan sa pagitan ng lahat ng sektor at stakeholder. Magtulungan tayong sagutin ang katanungang presyong kakayanin ng ordinaryong Pilipino. In our proposed bill, Mr. Speaker, kasama ng ating kagalang-galang na chairperson ng Committee on Housing and Urban Development, LGU will be part of our frontline shelter provider. The LGU will take an active role in this program. Together with the private sector developers, the LGU and DSUD will make in-city development of socialized housing units a reality. Participation of the LGU in proyektong pabahay para sa bawat Pilipino program through their available lands which can be socialized housing sites. Ang ating mga maratang mamayan ng lungsod ay mabibigyan ng pagkakataon magkaroon ng kanilang sariling pamamahay at makamit ang kanilang pangarap, magkaroon ng active partnership with all housing stakeholders. At higit sa lahat, ito ay magiging simula ng pagbuo ng housing roadmap na magbe-base sa comprehensive land use and shelter plan sa pamumuno ng DSUD upang makasakatuparan ang kagustuhan ng ating mahal na Pangulo na magkaroon ng tahanan ang bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Mr. Speaker, sa bawat piso na ating gagastusin sa housing construction, may kaakibat itong balik na 3 pesos and 44 centavos sa ating ekonomiya. Triple ang balik sa ating ekonomiya, ang impact nito ay mararamdaman natin. Sa 3 pesos and 44 centavos, Mr. Speaker, 1 peso and 39 centavo ay mapupunta sa mga laborer at manggagawa sa housing industry. 1 peso ay mapupunta sa housing sector. 1 peso and 5 centavos sa mga supplier ng materyales. Mr. Speaker, 20% nito ay mapupunta sa metal and steel manufacturers, 16% sa veneer sheets, plywood manufacturers, 9% sa refined petroleum producers, 7% sa wholesaler and retailer. Ang pera na ating ibibigay para sa housing sector ay hindi masasayang. The housing sector can be a stimulus to bring emerging market to rebound from the pandemic. The contribution of the housing sector to the Philippine gross domestic product is around roughly $29.3 billion. The recent Bayanihan 2021 discussion even puts it to $61 billion. Mr. Speaker, I encourage everyone in this hallowed chamber to join us in increasing effort in resolving the respective housing issue of their constituents. Tulungan natin ang DSUD, mga mayor natin, mga governor, mga community leaders, mga homeowners association, ang buong pamahalaan. Isa ito sa sagot sa muling pagbuhay ng ating ekonomiya. Dahil aside from food, water, clothing, sleep, shelter is a fundamental basic needs. Sa pabahay, walang naiiwan na sektor. Ang bumubuo ng pamilya ay si nanay, si tatay, ang anak, si lolo, si lola, mga senior citizen, PWD at solo parent. Wala tayong iiwang sektor. Bigyan natin ng dangal ang bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Paumanhin kung naging mahaba ang aking talumpati, kasing haba rin ito ng ating prosesong tatahakin upang makamit ang ating panaginip at pangarap na pabahay para sa bawat pamilyang Pilipino. Kaya umpisahan na natin, simulan na natin ngayon na. Dahil ang batayan ng isang malakas at matatag na pamahalaan ay kung ang bawat pamilya ay may masisilungan at di magiging squatter sa sariling bayan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mabuhay ang bawat pamilyang Pilipino.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no interpolator on our privileged speaker, I move that we refer the privileged speech of the Honorable Copilar to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action. I so move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before I move to recognize the next privileged speaker, I move that we recognize the guest of the Honorable Edwin Olivares and Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves Jr., who are gracing our session today. And they are as follows: Councilor Rafi de la Peña, Marnelli de la Peña, Attorney Micah de la Peña, Michelle Carating, Melanie Indaya, Menard Raqueño, and Cherry Cantimbuhan.
To the guests of the Honorable Edwin L. Olivares from the 1st District City of Parañaque and the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader Bong Teves Jr., welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move to recognize the Honorable Representative Franz Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List to avail of the privileged hour.
The Honorable Franz Castro from the Party List ACT Teachers, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa ating mga kapwa kinatawan. At nandito rin po yung ating Speaker Martin Romualdez. Magandang hapon po. Madam Speaker, sa darating na Disyembre 10 ay gugunitain sa buong mundo ang araw ng karapatang pantao. Ngunit patuloy pa rin ang paglabag sa karapatang pantao, lalo na sa mga aktivista, leader o oposisyon. Marami ang mga biktima ng red tagging, gawa-gawang kaso, harassment at pagpatay. Napakailap pa rin ang hustisya, lalo na sa napakaraming biktima ng drug war ng Administrasyong Duterte. Noong nakaraang buwan, naganap ang Universal Periodic Review ng United Nations Human Rights Council o UNHRC upang i-evaluate at magrekomenda tungkol sa iba't ibang mga issue ng human rights sa ating bansa. Isa sa mga rekomendasyon na tinanggap ng Pilipinas ay ang recommendation to dispense with the punitive approach in the drug war and focus instead on preventing and education. As called for by Estonia, Pakistan, Panama, Romania, South Korea, the United Kingdom, as well as Cuba and Ukraine. Madam Speaker, Chile suggested an independent, impartial, and effective investigation of the alleged summary executions in the drug war. The Czech Republic, meanwhile, recommended an independent inquiry into the extrajudicial killings to ensure the accountability for perpetrators, as well as justice, remedy, and reparations of victims and their families. Sana ay mabigyan na ng hustisya at dapat managot ang pinakautak ng ang pagkamatay ni Kian De Los Santos, Carl Arnaiz at iba pa biktima ng napakaraming biktima ng summary executions o EJK sa madugong drug war. Naganap din sa hanay ng media ang malawakang pagpatay at harassment. Noon lamang nakaraang buwan, pinatay ang radio commentator na si Percy Lapid dahil sa kanyang pagtuligsa sa mga polisiya ng gobyerno. Isa rin ito sa tinanggap na recommendation ng Pilipinas, Madam Speaker, and I quote, to conduct a thorough investigation into the deaths, threats, and harassments of journalists, hold perpetrators of alleged cases of torture accountable. Napag-usapan din sa nasabing periodic review ang talamak na red tagging at ang pag-abolish sa NTF-ELCAC. Ngunit hindi inaprubahan ng Pilipinas ang rekomendasyon. Sa halip ay ginawa nila itong under review. Ang Sierra Leone urged the abolition of the task force as well as an end to red tagging, which was also raised by Sweden and the United States. The country also placed under review the recommendation to rejoin the 2002 Rome Statute, which formed the International Criminal Court or the ICC. Hindi dapat mauwi sa pangako ang naganap na periodic review dahil obligasyon ng gobyerno na sumunod sa mga rekomendasyon at commitment na sa kanilang sinang-ayunan. Kahabag-habag ang kalagayan ng mga human rights sa ating bansa dahil sa tahasan na paglabag ng state forces at mismo ng ating gobyerno. Kahit ang international community ay nakikita itong mga human rights violations at totoong sitwasyon kahit sa laganap na disinformation. And I quote, governments from at least 35 countries called on the Philippines to put a stop on extrajudicial killings and exact accountability on the perpetrators, particularly state security forces, while 38 countries called on the Philippines to protect human rights and indigenous defenders, lawyers, judges, environmentalists, and journalists. Muli, hustisya ang panawagan namin para sa lahat ng biktima ng human rights violations, panugutin ang lahat ng mga sangkot at utak ng mismong impunity, pasismo at programa tulad sa drug war, red tagging, profiling, or surveillance. Mahalaga na maaksyonan ang mga ito dahil umuulit-ulit na naman ang mga pagpatay at mga karahasan. Kaya sa darating na araw ng karapatang pantao, Madam Speaker, patuloy na igigiit ng mamamayan ang kanilang mga karapatan at patuloy na lalabanan ang mga paglabag sa karapatang pantao. Muli, magandang hapon sa ating lahat. Salamat, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no interpellator on our privileged speaker, I move that we refer this privileged speech of the Honorable Castro to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority
Madam
Leader.
Speaker, there being no other privileged speaker, I move that we close the privilege hour.
There's a motion to terminate the privilege hour. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move that we consider and approve on third and final reading House Bill number 6452. And for this purpose, I ask the Secretary General to read the title of this proposed bill.
The Secretary General requested to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 6452, an act establishing the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration of House Bill number 6452 on third reading. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Omentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean.
Madam Speaker, my vote is yes with reservation, and I reserve my right to explain my vote later.
Noted. That's noted.
Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Pua, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Cortez, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suansing Horacio, Suansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 6452. Abunda Advincula, Alba, Almario, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Atayde, Barbers, Baronda, Bascug, Bautista, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bosita, Kahayon Uy, Kari, Chua, Chonggalaw ko, Angelica Natasha ko, Elizalde, Kuhuang ko Jaime, Kuhuang ko Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Farinas, Flores, Garcia Albert, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Sandro, Hagedorn, Hataman, Horibata, Lacson, Legarda, Libanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mastura, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Morden, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Uwaminal, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Panotes, Palma, Plaza, Kimbo, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Romero, Romualdo, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Suwan, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Tolentino, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson.
With 216 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 6452 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, to explain her vote, I move to recognize the Honorable Franz Castro.
The Honorable Franz Castro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Umoto po ng yes with reservation ang kinatawang ito sa House Bill 6452 or ang Act Establishing the Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines and appropriating funds therefore. Naniniwala po ang kinatawang ito na mahalagang magkaroon ng Virology and Vaccine Institute of the Philippines at kailangang magkaroon muli ng kakayahan ng ating bansa na ma-develop at makapag-produce ng ating mga bakuna Noon ay mayroon tayong tinatawag na Serum and Vaccine Laboratory na nasa Alabang. Tayo ay gumagawa ng mga bakunang tulad ng anti-smallpox, BCG, anti-diphtheria, at anti-rabies vaccines. Noong 1939 nga ay nag-donate pa nga tayo ang Pilipinas sa China ng mga bakuna. Ngunit inaalala ng kinatawang ito na mauwi lamang sa privatisasyon o privatization dahil sa paglalagay ng Section 15 para sa public-private partnership. Ayaw natin na pagkakakitaan lamang ng pribadong sektor ang mga bakunang made and developed ng BIP. At sa kalaunan ay tayo pa ang bumili ng mga bakunang tayo ang nag-develop dahil wala itong kakayanang mag-produce nito. Nararapat na talagang magkaroon ng patent, ang ating mga sayentista, ang ating mga researcher kaugnay sa pagde-develop ng mga bakuna at iba pang mga gamot. Dapat masiguro na taong bayan ang makikinabang sa BIP at hindi pagkakitaan ng pribadong sektor. Dapat masiguro na dapat ay abot kamay at libre yung madedevelop na mga bakuna sa mga susunod na mga pagkakataon at panahon. Muli, Madam Speaker, bumuboto ng yes with reservation ang kinatawan na ito sa House Bill 6452. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before I move to declare or to approve on third and final reading other House bills, may I move to recognize the guest of the Honorable Gabriel Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, who are here today, and who are as follows. Retired Second Lieutenant Delphine Sabala, and retired Master Sergeant Guillermo Guevara.
The guest of the Honorable Gabriel Bordado from the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move to approve on third and final reading the following House bills: House Bill number 6014, 6015, 6016, 6017, 6072, which are all cluster tourism and ecotourism measures. And may I request the Secretary General to read the title of these proposed bills and thereafter to call the roll of members for nominal voting. I
Yes.
so move, Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the following bills and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6014, an act declaring the Palani Beach located in the municipality of Balud, province of Masbate, an ecotourism destination. House Bill 6015, an act declaring the immediate environs of the Immaculate Conception Parish Church, located in the municipality of Nampikuan, province of Nueva Ecija, as tourism destination. House Bill 6016, an act declaring the municipality of Jovelar, province of Albay, an ecotourism zone. House Bill 6017, an act declaring Mount Hituman, located in Barangay Tungod, municipality of Alagawe, province of Ifugao, an ecotourism destination. And House Bill 6072, an act identifying tourism development areas in the province of Isabela, mandating support for tourism development, and creating the Isabela Tourism Council. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill 6014, 6015, 6016, 6017, and 6072. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Amontado, Benindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Basque, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bulilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Burot, Bagtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Agas, Kahayin, Uy, Calderon, Calisto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, ko Angelica Natasha, ko Elizalde, ko Pilar, ko Juan, ko Jaime, ko Juan, ko Mark, ko Lada, Collantes, Corvero, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Dago, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Dasa de Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo, City Amina, Junicio Domingo, Duavit, Dohali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Icleo, Emano, Enciso, Inverge, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Fer, Antonio, Fer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fetebella, Gallos, Garcia, Albert Garcia, Dante Garcia, Jose Arturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Casataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Groseta, Guico, Ginto, Gullas, Gutierrez, Sagidor, Nares, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara Lasatindi, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luis Tor, Lumanag, Makapag Arorio, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Maragoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel Momo, Mordena, Vanessa, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Mominal, Olaso, Olivares, Onchon, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Odison, Padianos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Permiso, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Revilla, Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Tejeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakluran, Salceda, Sari, Silimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silvero, Singson, Richel, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suansing, Horacio, Suansing, Micaela, Angela, Suarez Tallado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendel, Tupas Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmero, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Vilosa Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Willis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwick, Yap Eric, U. Divine Grace, U. Jesse Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 6014, 6015, 6016, 6017, and 6072. Abunda, Advincula, Alba, Almario, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Atayde, Barbers, Mascug, Bautista, Billones, Biron, Bolillo, Bosita, Kahayon, Uy, Kari, Chua, Kuchunggalaw, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Paul Isaldi, Kuwang, Ko Jaime, Kuwang, Ko Mark, Colado, Colyantes, Daza, Jesus, Duavit, Duhalid, Duterte, Emano, Inciso, Enverga, Fariñas, Flores, Garcia, Albert, Gomez, Gonzales, Sandro, Hagidorn, Hataman, Horibata, Lacson, Ligarda, Dibanan, Loyola, Luis Tor, Lumayag, Malapitan, Margoleta, Mastura, Mendoza, Miguel Morden, Nograles Juan, Fidel Felipe, Waminal, Padiernos, Paglas, Panotes, Plaza, Kimbo, Revilla, Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Romero, Sagarbaria, Salceda, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Suwan, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samier, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Chidoro, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, Tulfo, Ralph Wendel, T. Vergara, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwick, U. Jaisel Victoria.
With 227 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6014, 6015, 6016, 6017, and 6072 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move to consider and approve House Bill number 6155. And for this purpose, we would request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll of members for the nominal voting.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 6155, an act creating barangay in the municipality of Esperanza, province of Sultan Kudarat, to be known as Barangay Ligodon. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6155. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro, Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chonggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juan Ko Jaime, Ko Juan Ko Mar, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City, Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustina Michael, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer, Antonio, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalan, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Boles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horebata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limgachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Soriano, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Dutorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6155. Abunda, Advincula, Alba, Almario, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Barbers, Bascub, Bautista, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Busita, Kahayon, Uy, Cari, Chua, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Juan Ko Jaime, Ko Juan Ko Mark, Colada, Daza, De Jesus, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Emano, Enciso, Enverga, Farinas, Flores, Garcia Albert, Gomez, Gonzales Sandro, Hagidorn, Hataman, Horebata, Lacson, Legarda, Libanan, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Malapitan, Marcoleta, Mastura, Mendoza, Miguel, Morden, Nograles, Juan Fidel, Padiernos, Paglas, Panotes, Plaza, Quimbo, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Romero, Sagarbaria, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Ronald, Suwan, Tambunting, Tantambut, Tanchay, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Talentino, Tulfo, Ralph Wendell, T. Vergara, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopher Son, Yap Edvic, U. Jazel Victoria.
With 229 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6155 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move to consider and approve on third and final reading House Bill number 6295. And for this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to read the title of the bill and thereafter to call the roll of members for nominal voting. I so move, Madam Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill and call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 6295, an act granting a franchise to the Leyte 2 Electric Cooperative Incorporated, LEGO 2, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the city of Tacloban and municipalities of Babatngon and Palo, province of Leyte. Roll call of members in consideration of on third reading of House Bill 6295. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Isidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Baslug, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Mordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Budot, Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayin, Uy, Calderon, Calisto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Macari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Kuhuako, Jaime, Kuhuako, Mark, Palado, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Kuwa, Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipid, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo, City Amina, Junicio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Inciso, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Idela, Farinas, Fernandez, Fer Antonio, Fer, Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fendebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garjola, Garin, Gasataya, Gatchalian, Gato, Goed Christopher, Go Mark, Godes, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Groseta, Guico, Ginto, Gullas, Gutierrez, Agidor, Jaresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horbata, Javier, Ko, Olga, Ara, Ko, Ricardo, Ko, Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara Lasatin, D. Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luis Toro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Matrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mga Awang Manikis, Manuel Maranyong, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Juan Minel, Olaso, Olivares, Onchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Odison, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia, Agabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Rehencia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque Rasaklara sa Claveria sa Kaluran, Salceda Sari sa Limbangon Salos, Salvamea Santos, sa Ulog Silvero, Sinson Richel, Sinson Ronald, Sinson Mihan, Solon Soriano Suwan, Sonsing Horacio, Sonsing Micaela Angela Suarez Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Maiga, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samier, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves, Arnolfo, Teves, Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Rafael, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabio, Ungab, Valeriano, Mayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwick, Yap Eric, U. Divine Grace, U. Jessa Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call for consideration on third reading of House Bill number 6295. Abunda, Advincula, Almario, Almonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Barbers, Bascug, Bautista, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bosita, Kahayon, Uy, Cari, Chuva, ko Angelica Natasha, ko Elizalde, ko Juan, ko Jaime, ko Juan, ko Mark, Colada, Daza, De Jesus, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Emano, Enciso, Inverga, Fariñas, Flores, Garcia, Albert, Gomez, Gonzales, Sandro, Hagidorn, Hataman, Horibata, Lacson, Ligarda, Libanan, Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Lumalapitan, Marcoleta, Mastura, Mendoza, Miguel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Padiernas, Paglas, Panotes, Plaza, Kimbo, Revilla, Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rodriguez, Rufus, Romero, Sagarbaria, Saulog, Silvero, Season Ronald, Suwan, Tambut, Tanchay, Chedoro, Teves Arnolfo, Tolentino, Tulfo, Ralph Wendel, T. Vergara, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Yap Crisantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edwick, U. Jessel Victoria.
With 234 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6295 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6336 under Committee Report number 179, and may I request that the Secretary General read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 6336, an act emancipating agrarian reform beneficiaries from financial burden by condoning unpaid amortizations and interest and exempting payment of estate tax on agricultural lands awarded under the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Program.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, before we proceed with the resumption of our deliberation on House Bill number 6336, I move that we immediately transmit all the bills approved on third and final reading to the Senate.
There is a motion to transmit all third and final reading bills to the Senate. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 6336 is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize the Honorable Joey Salceda to sponsor the bill.
The Honorable Joey Salceda is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman to continue with his interpellation.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I resume my interpellation, I would like to reiterate that I am in favor of this bill. I am just asking clarificatory questions as a basis for possible individual amendments at the proper time. I have a pending question, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, and I would like to repeat the question. How many of the agrarian reform beneficiaries, since the enactment of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law, or Republic Act 6657, on June 10, 1988, have fully paid the government for the lands granted to them?
Thank you very much for the question. Fully paid accounts is 285,586. The beneficiaries are 197,929 ARBs, and the area covered is 308,562.92 hectares, and the total amount paid by the beneficiaries is 7.48 billion.
And how many beneficiaries are in that?
197,919 ARBs.
And what percentage of these beneficiaries have fully paid the government for the lands that have been granted?
These numbers, Your Honor, fully paid their accounts.
Fully paid. How about the percentage of default from the original and subsequent agrarian reform beneficiaries? Do you have the data?
Yes, in arrears, Your Honor, as of September 30, 2022, is 259,173 accounts, and beneficiaries who are now facing forfeiture due to their failure is 188,928 ARBs, covering an area of 249,655.65 hectares, and a total amount of about 10 billion, Your Honor.
So, Madam Speaker, may we know from the distinguished sponsor what is the percentage of default?
The estimate, Your Honor, is between 31 and 32%.
Well, from the figures given me, I would assume it would be almost 50%.
Yes.
Almost 50%. Now, may we know whether the distinguished sponsor knows the reasons, the validated reasons why there is this great percentage of default?
Partly because, Your Honor, they are collective CLOAs, and therefore they could not collect.
What is the relation of a collective COA to the efficiency of collection?
Because they don't have their actual claim against the land that were supposed to have been distributed to which they were given a claim to.
And may we know, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, how many of these defaulting agrarian beneficiaries have collective COA?
Actually, Your Honor, I am talking to both Land Bank and DAR, and both of them essentially says that the defaulting ARBs is virtually equal to those who are covered by CLOA.
In other words, we are being informed that the defaulting beneficiaries are those who have collective COA.
Correct, Your Honor, which have not yet been parcelized.
And how many of the beneficiaries have individual titles already to the land granted to them? In other words, not collective COA.
Your Honor, I hope that you understand every time I will take a little time to consult.
I understand. And we would like to get the data.
Based on Land Bank data, Your Honor, it's roughly 604,000
604,000 beneficiaries.
hectares.
Hectares. My question is, how many beneficiaries?
451,000.
451,000. Are we being given the impression that these 401,000 beneficiaries have fully paid?
No.
How many of these 401?
349,755 fully paid, partially paid 102,191.
And what is the reason for the default for those who have individual titles?
I don't have the empirical basis, Your Honor, but can I consult again? Mainly challenges to production, Your Honor, and some are due to litigation or counterclaims, basically.
What form of litigation or counterclaims are these?
May away yung lupa, ang sabi sa akin.
May away. In other words, there is a conflict between the landlord and the tenant.
Kaya nga, pero may I go back to the original question? Why did they not pay?
What was the reason for the default for those agrarian reform
because they are
beneficiaries?
precisely, sir.
But we are through with the collective COA. My question is, how many defaulting agrarian beneficiaries have individual titles, not collective titles? And that question was already answered. My question now is, what was the reason for the default of these agrarian reform beneficiaries who do not have this collective COA?
According to the study of Raul Favela, Your Honor, when farmers are in debt, they would rather default to land bank rather than default to their private credit.
And whose studies that may we know
Raul
distinguish?
Favela, Your Honor, of UP School of Economics.
Okay. Now, let me go to another question. How many of the agrarian reform beneficiaries, since the passage of the Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law, are still in possession of the lands granted to them by the government?
May I ask for 1 minute suspension, Madam Speaker?
Session suspended.
Based on the estimate, Madam Speaker,
Session resumed. The Honorable Joey Salced is recognized.
thank you very much, Madam Speaker. According to DAR, less than 70%, more or less 70% are in possession, while 30% were more or less illicitly transferred.
What is meant by illicitly transferred?
Because under the lien covering those titles, Your Honor, they're not supposed to transfer the possession of those farms. So they are, in effect, they call it illegal sale.
Or under the original Comprehensive Agrarian Reform Law, they were given a period of 10 years during which they are barred for transferring the land granted to them. But after 10 years, they could. May we know how many of the agrarian reform beneficiaries transferred the lands granted to them by the government after the expiration of the 10-year period?
Your Honor, I think I don't have the number right now.
Okay, can we give the distinguished sponsor time to get the numbers from the Land Bank or from the Department of Agrarian
There
Reform?
was no survey, Your Honor, conducted to empirically establish. I can throw estimates that are coming this way, from this way, and this way, and this way. But to be truthful, Your Honor, there is no survey made as to how many of these were legally transferred, utilizing the 10-year period that was provided for by 6657.
Can we request the distinguished sponsor to ask the representatives from DAR and the Land Bank why they did not make any survey on such an important data?
I think DAR has heard you, Your Honor, but we will secure the data, Your Honor.
So data is available, but not now. It could be made available subsequently. Is that correct? May we know, Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Your Honor. But I guess the more critical one is that 70% still hold, still possess what was originally given to them by the government. Anyway, Your Honor, we will try to secure the number.
Can we get a certification from the DAR or from the Land Bank that indeed 70% of those agrarian reform beneficiaries since the enactment of CARL are still in possession of the land.
I guess, Your Honor, we have to derive that from the ground,
Well,
the regions, not land bank.
they produce a figure of 70%.
I am,
What was the basis of the 70%? Now that I'm asking for a certification, they tell us that they will have to get data from the ground, from the regions.
because it is the PAROs are the approving officer, Your Honor, for the transfers.
But you know, this data should be centralized because these are very important data
I agree, Your Honor.
to find out how successful is the agrarian reform program. May we know when we could get the data to really validate that 70%? I am afraid that 70% may not be 70%. It could be lower than that.
I have the same feeling, Your Honor, but
We
I
share
need-
the same feeling. So
but
most probably we should share the same purpose of getting the exact data.
Your Honor, DAR says that in 15 days they will produce the number.
Then we will resume in 15 days. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would not continue with my interpellation pending the submission in 15 days.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is one of the priority bills of this administration, and regardless of the result of the survey on the percentage of land that has already been disposed of by the agrarian beneficiaries, it would not affect the bill. May I request the Honorable Lagman that we join him in his request to the Department of Agrarian Reform to produce an accurate figure, but there is no need to further stall the deliberations of the bill for 15 days, Madam Speaker. May I get the indulgence of the Honorable Lagman, provided that the Department of Agriculture will,
Agrarian.
the Agrarian Reform will submit its commitment.
Madam Speaker, if this is a priority measure, then the sponsors, then the leadership, then the concerned departments should be ready to answer questions.
Madam Speaker, this is a new administration, and this administration has made this a priority. I do not see any reason why the sponsor is at fault for the lack of data. The Department of Agrarian Reform should have the data. However, Madam Speaker, we are giving them 15 days to submit so that the Honorable Lagman will have the data for his reference.
It might be a new administration. It may be a new advocacy. It may be a new legislation. But this DAR and the Land Bank are old institutions. They should have done their work, and they should have institutional memory of what they are implementing.
That is why, Madam Speaker, we are giving them a mere 15 days to produce the data. I understand that the Honorable Lagman is in support of the bill, and we join him. We will be exercising our utmost diligence with respect to the passage of this bill, and I do not see any reason why we should delay the period of sponsorship and debate for a period of 15 days, Madam Speaker.
We are not delaying, Madam Chair. I have been ready with my interpellation. The sponsoring committee was not ready with the data and the correct answers.
Madam Speaker.
But let me finish. You know, Madam Speaker, we have been used to passing bills without extensive deliberation. That is why sponsoring committees are not ready to answer questions. I think we should be able to change this attitude. Now, I would be willing to agree with the distinguished majority leader, provided that my amendment should be accepted.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we have yet to reach the period of amendments, and I am not sure that this is the proper time to hear the proposed amendments of the Honorable Lagman. In that case, Madam Speaker, I move for a brief suspension of session so that we can discuss the concerns of the DAR in procuring the data, as well as the proposed amendments of the Honorable Lagman, if they are acceptable or not to the Honorable Salceda.
Session suspended.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nandito na yung yung PDF ng APRO. Padala ko na ba o mamaya pa? Tumawag lang si chairman yun. Pare, dito ko, sa harap, paano problema? May hinihinging datos. Hindi niya mabigay. Sabi niya, humingi siya ng 15 days to submit. Sabi niya, nilagman, ito 15 days ko na tutuloy itong aking. Ang ano ko ngayon, pare, yung Bicam ba, natin to. Nakasuspend lang yun. Nakasuspend lang yun. Parang may datos. Usap pa sila ngayon. Tapos tanong mo na rin kung papapost ko na rin sa ano. Hello? Papapost na rin ba natin yung Bicam? Ratify na natin yan? Hindi, nandito na yung ano. Hindi, papapost ko na sa all members. Oo. Papapost ko nga muna. Ito na. Tapos papapassify na. Dala ko muna kayo ng kopya. Dala ko muna sa PDF. Ha?
Thank you.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize once more the honorable sponsor, Joey Salceda.
The Honorable Joey Salceda is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I move that we also recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, upon joint consultation with the honorable representatives, we have agreed to proceed with the deliberation of this bill, and we have agreed in principle that during the period of amendments, the proposed amendments of the Honorable Lagman, as well as this representation's proposed amendments, will be accepted by the sponsor and the committee.
That's noted, Majority Leader.
Also, Madam Speaker, I want it on record that the Department of Agrarian Reform has committed to provide us with its committed data for a period of 15 days starting today and submit the same to the Committee on Rules.
That's also noted.
Madam
Majority
Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lagman to continue his interpellation.
Well, I confirm the statement of the Majority Leader, Madam Speaker. So I will now desist from further interpellating. And I'm happy that there has been a compromise. And the agrarian reform beneficiary will not be allowed to mortgage the land, because once the land is mortgaged and the agrarian reform beneficiary is unable to pay, that will be the end of agrarian reform as far as he is concerned. And I would like also to reiterate the agreement that the period of 10 years will be extended to 20 years, during which the ban would be effective. And considering that we are discussing the condemnation, the 20-year period should be reckoned from the issuance of the decree of condemnation.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we confirm the statements of the Honorable Lagman, and considering there are no other members to interpellate, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Madam
Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Madam
Majority Leader.
Speaker, I move that we open the period of committee amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of committee amendments. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Madam,
Now, I think it would be best if this would be in the form of a complete amendment. No?
Okay lang, kayo na lang mag-propose.
Thank you very much. Your Honor,
Madam Speaker, on the individual amendments, the committee approved the substitute
Madam
bill.
Speaker, a point of order, Madam Speaker. With
Majority
due
Leader.
respect to the Honorable Gato, we are in the period of committee amendments, and I understand that the proposed amendments of the Honorable Lagman will be proposed by the committee. May I request that the sponsor propose the agreed upon amendments?
thank you very much, Your Honor. On page 2, line 37, the awarded agricultural lands, it should read as follows. The awarded agricultural lands under this act shall not be subject to conversion and any form of encumbrance, any form of mortgage or encumbrance for a period of 20 years.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we join the honorable sponsor in his proposed amendments, and if there are no objections, I move that the proposed amendments be accepted.
Is there any objection?
Subject to style.
Subject to style, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
I would
Majority
like to
Leader.
thank the distinguished sponsor for accepting my amendments and considered it as a committee amendment.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Your Honor. Isa na lang.
Majority Leader.
Oo, nanging 20 na. On line 31, Your Honor, page 2, delete children or the spouse. In lieu thereof, replace with immediate successor in interest, Your Honor.
Madam Speaker, may I just correct the honorable sponsor? It was my proposed amendment, and he is correct. I hope that the same will read as on line 31, the children or the spouse, and in their absence, the immediate successor in interest.
Thank you.
If the sponsor will agree.
Does the sponsor
Your
accept?
Honor. I stand corrected, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, if there are no objections to the proposed amendment, I move that the same be accepted.
We accept.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the proposed amendment be approved by the Honorable Deputy Speaker.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Madam
Majority
Speaker, I move that we recognize individual ba, sir?
Individual amendments.
Madam Speaker, there being no other committee amendments, I move that we close the period of committee amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of committee amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of individual amendment.
Wala.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Batanes, the Honorable Gato, for his individual amendments.
The Honorable June Gato is recognized for his individual amendment.
Madam Speaker, distinguished sponsor, on the individual amendments on House Bill number 6336, the committee approved the substitute bill without a funding provision. I most respectfully recommend an additional provision to be known as Section 15 to read as follows. Funding. The amount necessary for the implementation of this act shall be charged against the Agrarian Reform Fund as certified by the Bureau of Treasury, and the inclusion thereof in the Annual General Appropriations Act shall be subject to the existing budgeting process, rules, and regulations, and to such other funds as may subsequently be authorized by Congress, and the renumbering of the succeeding sections accordingly.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept.
What does the House say?
We join the sponsor, Madam Speaker, and move that the proposed amendment be accepted.
Is there any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no other amendments to House Bill number 6336, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of amendment. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 6336.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 6336 on second reading. Those are in favor say aye.
Aye!
Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6336 is now approved on second reading. Congratulations. Let me repeat that. The House Bill 6336 is approved as amended on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6444 under Committee Report number 190, submitted by the Committee on Ecology and Committee on Energy. And for this purpose, may I ask the Secretary General that he be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 6444, an act regulating the use of treatment technology for municipal and hazardous waste, repealing for the purpose Section 20 of Republic Act number 8749, entitled the Philippine Clean Air Act of 1999.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of this bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize the Honorable Carlito Marquez of the 1st District of Baclan be recognized, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Carlito Marquez is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
There is a motion to open the period of interpellation. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Kabataan Party List, the Honorable Raul Manuel, to interpellate the sponsor.
The Honorable Manuel is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Magandang hapon, Madam Speaker. Magandang hapon din sa butihing sponsor, ating kapwa mambabatas na galing din sa Isla ng Panay, si Congressman Marquez. Madam Speaker, meron tayong mga katanungan hinggil sa panukalang batas na ito na magkakaroon ng implikasyon sa ating kapaligiran, kalusugan at sa ating ekonomiya. Would the good sponsor yield to questions?
Yes, my pleasure.
Okay. Madam Speaker, unang katanungan po, sino yung magpopondo para sa mga waste treatment o waste-to-energy facilities kung sakali ay maging batas na itong House Bill 6444? Gobyerno po ba, pribado o iba pa?
Madam Speaker, yung role ho ng local government unit, sila po ang magsisit up ng treatment facilities. So kung ano man ang punto na kailangan ho dyan, depende ho sa technology na gagamitin, provided that it meets the Clean Air Act, yun po ay madali hong pupuntuhan sapagkat ang pagkaalam ko sa ngayon, marami yung mga LGUs like Davao, Quezon City for that matter, and even other cities, developed cities for that matter, pupundo, nakahanda na po ang pundo nila at ang kanilang technology nila hinihintay pag na-amend ho itong Clean Air Act.
Okay. Madam Speaker, sa ilalim ng ganitong panukalang batas, posible din ba na fully owned ng isang pribadong kumpanya ang magiging waste treatment or yung waste-to-energy facility, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is a renewable energy. Renewable sapagkat galing po sa basura at habang merong tao na nabubuhay, ay meron ng basura. Sa makatuwid, ang meron ng posibilidad na pupuntuhan ito ng other private and foreign investors sapagkat meron ng deklarasyon ngayon na ang renewable energy ay pwedeng puntuhan ng 100% foreign ownership.
Okay. Doon po sa nabanggit, Madam Speaker, na ang waste-to-energy ay isang renewable source, di mamaya po ay gusto kong balikan ang punto na iyan. Pero sa punto na ito, Madam Speaker, ay express muna natin yung ating concern doon sa magiging epekto ng panukalang batas, lalo na yung pag-repeal sa Section 20 ng ating Philippine Clean Air Act, na siyang nagbabawal ngayon ng incineration sa ating bansa. I'd like to inquire, Madam Speaker, na meron po bang mga safe na forma ng incineration? Dahil po kung meron naman, edi hindi na po mangangailangan ng pag-repeal nitong Section 20 ng Philippine Clean Air Act.
Madam Speaker, tama ho yan. Sapagkat ang treatment technology po nito is based on a very high temperature of no less than 850 degrees Celsius. At yun ay nangangailangan na napo-follow ito sa incineration. At sa Section 20 po ng batas ng Clean Air Act, meron pong nakalagay na ang prohibition sa word na incineration. Sapagkat ang definition po ng incineration, di ko po alam kung saan nakuha ang diksyonaryo ho yan, is the treatment of or the burning of municipal waste and hazardous waste. Sapagkat ang incineration ho naman ay ang burning at very high temperature. Pero hindi naman nangangahulugan
na ang susunugin at sa definition ay basura.
Okay. Madam Speaker, meron po tayong concerns din doon sa pagiging efficient ng ganitong forma, yung paggamit po ng incineration para sa waste management ng ating bansa. Dahil kung ang kakailanganin natin ay high temperature para dun sa basura, edi high yung input na kakailanganin, pero hindi pa tayo sigurado kung gaano din ba kalaki yung energy na pwede nating makuha mula dun sa ganong proseso, Madam Speaker.
There is already recorded statistics regarding the generation of electricity from solid waste. At sa mga existing home incinerators that we have visited like Korea and Japan and Singapore, by the way pala, Madam Speaker, tayo lang ho yata sa Asia ang wala hong incinerator. Halos lahat ho ay utilizing incinerator in order to remove or to eradicate solid waste sa dumping site ho nila. Meron hong tungkol ho sa generation ho, ang meron akong data rito na na-collate ho. At yung 100 metric tons ng basura ho, for instance, ay makapag-generate ho ng 68 megawatts ng kuryente ho, ng electricity. At malaking bagay po ho yun, sapagkat kailangan po natin ang additional supply ng electricity. But it is not only the supply of electricity that we are talking about. We are talking about how to eliminate the landfill situation wherein sa landfill ho kasi pagka madami na ay nagkakaroon ng generation ng methane gas which is even hazardous sa climate change natin.
Okay. Madam Speaker, meron din po tayong nasaliksik na mga pag-aaral na nagsasabi na yung incinerators, bagamat meron siyang pwedeng ganong byproduct, ay nag-emit din siya ng malalaking quantities ng greenhouse gases. At kung nasa konteksto po tayo na nais nating ma-address yung climate change at lahat ng mga bansa ay ina-enjoy na bawasan yung emission ng ating greenhouse gases, marahil po, pwede nating aralin yung iba pang paraan para i-treat yung ating wastes. Lalo na, Madam Speaker, kung yung incinerators ay nag-emit po ng mas maraming carbon dioxide per megawatt hour kumpara po sa mga coal-fired, natural gas-fired, o oil-fired na mga power plants ayon sa US Environmental Protection Agency. Madam Speaker.
Medyo hindi po ako sang-ayon, Madam Speaker, sa sinasabi po niya na ang incineration would emit more gases, na harmful gases for that matter, as compared to ordinary landfill. Sapagkat ang statistika po natin, pag landfill ho yun, it emits 1.38 kilos of carbon dioxide equivalent per 1 ton of waste, of solid waste. But ang incinerator po is 1 kilo only per equivalent or 1,000 kilos equivalent carbon dioxide per ton of waste.
Okay. Madam Speaker, ngayon para maabot yung nabanggit na target for energy na makukuha mula dun sa basura, mangangailangan po siya ng steady na supply ng basura. Yun yung i-feed dun sa facility. Kaso lang, Madam Speaker, hindi din lahat ng basura na nage-generate ngayon ng tao ay pwedeng maging feedstock sa mga incinerator. Lalo po kung sa Pilipinas, more than 50% po ng ating basura ay organic o wet waste kung matatawag. At yung wet waste ay mangangailangan po siya ng mas mataas na level ng energy para sunugin po in the first place. Ayon din po mismo sa ating Environment Management Bureau, sa DENR, Yung biodegradable waste ay more than half siya ng municipal solid waste, pero pwede siyang mag-range ng as high as 78%. No? Kaya po hindi din ito yung tipo ng basura na pwedeng maasahan para mag-generate ng desired na output for energy, Madam Speaker.
Marami pong basura na nakatambak. At araw-araw po, ang statistika nagsasabi na ang Metro Manila alone generates about 12,500 metric tons a day. Isang araw po yon. Metro Manila lang ho yan. At ang average ho na solid waste na dinischarge ng ating mamamayan, average is about, for highly urbanized, it's about 0.7 kilo per day per person. Ang urbanized city is 0.6 kilo per day per person. And in rural areas, 0.3 kilo per day per person. Sa ganun ho, kung sasabihin po natin na lang, kunin natin ang total average na 0.4 na lang, 0.4 kilo per day per person, using the average population 100 million ho na lang, napakalaki pong bagay. Tuni-tunilada po na hindi na natin malaman kung paano natin ma-dispose. Sa makatuwid, tingnan niyo ang ating estero na pupuno ng basura sapagkat hindi na mahakot.
Yes. Madam Speaker, kaisa po ako ng ating buting sponsor doon sa pag-isip kung ano yung mga pwede nating paraan para ma-manage na natin yung basura. Kasi syempre, nagdudulot din po yan ng matinding pagbaha, lalo sa ating mga urban centers. Kahit nga po maglakad lang tayo sa mga highway, sa kalsada, pag makita pa lang po natin yung basura, isipin natin mag-pile up po yan, sasakit lang po talaga yung mga ulo natin. Kaso, Madam Speaker, isang usapin din ay alin dun sa maraming basura na yon, yung viable at pwedeng i-feed natin sa ating mga incinerator. Kasi po, ayon din mismo, again, sa Environment Management Bureau ng DENR, sa Pilipinas, nasa 18% lang ng municipal solid waste yung residual. At hindi po lahat doon ay pwedeng i-feed sa mga facilities, kagaya po ng glass, kagaya po ng mga metal. Kaya po with that, ay bababa din yung total volume ng basura na pwedeng yun yung okay na ipasok sa mga ganong facilities, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, wala ho namang problema ang concern ng ating Ginoong Raul, Congressman Raul, sapagkat ito po ay in consonance with the Solid Waste Management Act po. Sapagkat i-segregate po muna natin at yung hindi pwedeng i-segregate at i-reuse, i-recycle. Iyon nga ho ang ating punto dito.
Yes.
Sapagkat ang bill natin mismo is in consideration parallel po doon sa management ng solid waste.
Yeah. And Madam Speaker, mainam na nabanggit din ng ating sponsor yung tungkol sa segregation kasi doon na rin patungo yung kasunod kong tanong. Hypothetically, Madam Speaker, paano yun kapag merong isang pribadong kumpanya na nagtayo ng isang waste-to-energy facility at mangangailangan siya ng malaking volume ng basura para gumana? I'm bothered, Madam Speaker, kung yung ganong pribadong kumpanya ay magpo-promote ng segregation o ng recycling, lalo na kung yung kanyang negosyo ay nakadepende po dun sa pag-generate lalo ng basura na ipapasok dun sa kanyang facility, Madam Speaker.
Hindi po ganon ang paraan, Madam Speaker. Ang sabi ko nga, although wala pong problema na ang private company will put up, but it is already in participate in what you call this, LGUs po ang nagmamanage nito at sila po dapat ang una-una on a joint PPP, what you call this, public-private partnership agreement palagi sila.
Yes. Madam Speaker, kaya din po natin ito na bring up dahil ang tunguhin po lalo din as recommended by our environmental advocates, our environmental organizations, ay paano natin titiyakin na yung mga resources na ine-extract natin mula sa ating planeta, rather than sila po ay sunugin, sirain, mainam paano natin sila masacycle back sa ating economy para na mapakinabangan pa rin ng mga tao. Aside sa downcycling, paano natin mapopromote, Madam Speaker, yung upcycling actually ng ating mga nagamit na mga produkto. Paano natin mapipigilan in the first place yung pagdami nung na-generate na basura, paano tayo mag-redesign at mag-re-engineer ng mga produkto tsaka packaging materials, lalo na sa tipo na economy natin sa Pilipinas na nakadepende sa tingi-tingi, yung mga maliliit na sachet, plastic bag at containers. No, Madam Speaker, isa din sa mga laging nabibring up pag usapin po ng incineration ay yung pollution. Lalo na po na kahit po yung mga mas maunlad o yung mga higher income countries, kagaya ng US, yung UK, mga bansa sa Europe, kahit po nag-develop sila ng mas advanced na mga incinerator, pero nagkakaroon pa rin po sila ng problema. Halimbawa, Madam Speaker, nag-release pa rin po ng mga pollutants, bagamat merong air pollution control devices, kagaya ng mga air filters, pero hindi po napipigilan yung escape ng mga tinatawag nating ultra-fine particles na nakakalusot pa rin doon sa mga air filters. At instead na napupunta po sa hangin, parang nag-iiba lang po yung forma ng pollutants. Pwede nga ay maging ash, maging slag, na as termed by our experts. Pero ibig sabihin, nandyan pa rin po yung ganong mga byproduct na delikado kapag hindi na-handle ng maayos, Madam Speaker.
Ama po yun, Madam Speaker, pag hindi hinandle na maayos. Ganyan itong incineration plant or facility for that matter, kasama ho dito sa bill natin that it should be fitted with equipment that will continuously monitor, record, and make public available the reported data on their emissions or air pollutant concentration, sapagkat ang atin po ditong punto, we have to satisfy the provisions on the Clean Air Act. Meaning to say, yung mga pollutants po, dapat nandito po namimit natin ang emission standard, like how many ppm per at any time ang kanilang concentration ng carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrous oxide, ammonia for that matter, and sinasabi, kinatatakutan ng marami nating mamamayan ng sinasabi nila na dioxin. Ito po, taken care of na ito, sapagkat ito po, sinasabi nandito na ang monitoring equipment ay dapat kasama sa equipment na itatayo kung meron man.
Okay. Madam Speaker, nung inaral din po natin yung panukalang batas, may nabanggit sa Section 8, nasa lines 32 and 33 na pwedeng gawing mas stringent yung standards na sinusunod pagdating sa pag-monitor ng mga waste-to-energy facilities. Pwedeng gawing mas stringent by 5%. Mari po bang ma-elaborate o makapagbigay po ng halimbawa yung ating buting sponsor, Madam Speaker?
Ang sinusunod po naman tungkol dito sa pag-observe po natin sa pagbisita natin sa Korea, sa Japan, sa Singapore, regarding the emission standards, ang sinusunod po nila yung international standard ng emission. Yun pong atin, pwede naman ho yung 5% na sinasabi ninyo. Kung gusto niyo yung babaan pa yung ppm or emission standard, pwede ho yun. Basta't yun po ay namimit nila ng international standard. For example, yung dioxin, dito sa atin, yun na kinatakutan because Ang sabi nga ay cause cancer. 0.1 nanogram. Dito po sa binisitahan namin sa Korea at sa Japan, ang kanyang standard, negligible, 0.000001. Hindi na babasa halos sa equipment nila.
Okay. Madam Speaker, karagdagang punto para sa ating interpellation ay yung epekto naman ng ganitong panukalang batas sa ating informal sector na meron ding papel doon sa pag-manage ng ating basura. Dahil Madam Speaker, yung mga materyales na susunugin kung sakali sa ganitong mga pasilidad ay siya rin yung mga kadalasang nire-recycle at nagsusustain nung kabuhayan ng ating mga kababayan na nagde-depend doon sa kanilang function sa waste management. Halimbawa po yung mga materyales kagaya ng papel, yung mga plastic, yan din po yung pinoprocess ng ating mga waste pickers, yung mga recyclers, mga haulers. At sa mga organizations din na may papel sa upcycling, recycling, tsaka composting. Madam Speaker, meron pong nasa 650,000 na mga Pilipino na mga informal workers na doon nakadepende yung kanilang kabuhayan. Sila po ay merong unrecognized na serbisyo pagdating sa ating layunin na bawasan yung basura na bago mapunta no, doon sa halimbawa kahuli-hulihang patutunguhan yung basura, susunugin man yan o kapag hindi na talaga ma-recycle at all. May ganong function, Madam Speaker, yung mga libo-libong kapwa natin Pilipino.
Tama ho yan, Madam Speaker. I agree with you. Ito ngang batas nating pinopropose ay inuuna natin ang pag-satisfy ng solid waste management. At iyon po ay segregation nga. Importante ho yun. At yung pwedeng hindi na ma-reuse, yun ho ang dinadala natin sa incinerator plant. Yun ho ang kasunduan natin dito sa batas na ito.
Okay. And last few points, Madam Speaker, nais ko lang ding i-reiterate na dahil nga nagkakaroon na ng global recognition pagdating sa papel ng mga pamahalaan para manguna sa ating efforts in combating climate change, paano din tayo mag-a-adapt sa mga epekto nito, lalo na po na ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga pinaka-vulnerable, kung hindi man yung pinaka-vulnerable pagdating sa mga masasamang epekto ng climate change. Yung apela po natin, Madam Speaker, na hopefully kung sa mga LGU man po natin o sa iba pang mga antas ng pamahalaan, na maging last option po talaga sana yung incinerators o yung ganitong mga pasilidad. Dahil po mas nakapauna po para sa atin, paano tayo tutungo doon sa promotion ng tinatawag po nating circular economy, Madam Speaker. Na ibig sabihin, sa pag-produce pa lang ng mga kahit anong ginagamit ng tao, iniisip na po natin agad paano siya iikot, paano siya ma-recycle, paano pa siya ma-upcycle, Madam Speaker. Dahil sa pagtingin po ng representasyon na ito, yung waste to energy po ay, with all due respect sa ating sponsor, hindi po natin siya tinuturing na renewable energy. Dahil kapag renewable energy po, ibig sabihin naturally occurring na siya sa ating planeta. Meron siyang source, pwedeng paalon-alon, pwedeng magamit ng tao, nandyan yung source na iyan. Pero kung itatrato po natin yung waste to energy bilang renewable, ang assumption na po natin kaagad ay hindi na natin mapipigilan yung pagdami ng basura. We can't proceed to having a circular economy as I mentioned. At baka po hindi natin fully maabot yung ating mga objectives. Kaya with that, Madam Speaker, sana ay maprotektahan pa rin natin yung ganitong section, yung Section 20 na ating Philippine Clean Air Act. Actually po, it would be a badge of honor kung tayo, ma-maintain natin yung status natin sa bansa na pinagbabawal po natin yung incineration. And as I end my interpellation, Madam Speaker, of course, again, I'm one with our sponsor. Paano natin papangalagaan yung kalikasan? Paano natin i-address yung ating waste problem? Yun lang, Madam Speaker. Salamat, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being another member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor, the gentleman from the 1st District of Zamboanga City, may I move that we recognize the Honorable Kaimer Adan Olaso for his interpellation.
The Honorable Kalash is recognized for his interpellation.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much for recognizing me. Madam Speaker, my first question, I would like to know from our dear sponsor, what is the means of burning the incinerator for this purpose, for the said purpose? What are the composition? Are you going to use fuel or whatever? I want to know from the said sponsor, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Lahat po ng thermal and other treatment technologies, initially po ay gumagamit ho ng fossil fuel din, diesel fuel for that matter, just to start up the burning. But pag nasuno ho na yan, yun na mismong trash ang gagamitin to support the combustion. Yun lang ang una. Sa umpisa pa lang ho yun. Pero ito naman ay 24 hours operation. Sapagkat at a very high temperature, hindi basta-basta ma-maintain ho yan kung hindi ang introduction po ng trash or solid waste ay hindi tuloy-tuloy.
Okay, well noted. Within that 24 hours usage of fuel, I would like to know how many tons are we going to use fuel? Let's say, for example, we have 40 tons of garbages. So how many tons are we going to prepare fuel for this set consumption?
Hindi ho nakalagay dito, pero ang technology po kasi is that yun hong initial burning lang naman ang kinakailangan ng yung fuel na sinasabi. Yung fossil fuel, it could be diesel or gas for that matter, to initially excite the combustion for that matter. And pag susunog na po yan, yung mismong supply ng solid waste or trash to continue the burning process. Hindi po 24 hours. Yung initial ho lang yan. It could be, depende ho sa size din or ng ating incinerator facility. 100 metric tons for that matter, or meron ho sa Japan na 5,000 metric tons a day. So, iyon ho ang initial burning lang ang kailangan.
Okay.
Wala hong computation sa amin dito.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would like to know for the present incinerator, as per studies, I would like to know what's the capacity of our incinerator. And I want to know what is the initial capacity of fuel that we're going to use for the said incinerator.
Hindi nga ho naka-specify sapagkat depende ho sa size na ating incinerator facility. Meron hong maliit, 100 metric tons a day. So, although hindi ho nakalagay sa aming pag-aaral kung ilang kilograms or liters of diesel fuel ang gagamitin sa initial burning, hindi ho natin nasasagot yan. For that matter, I would like to draw your attention na kahit nitong inaprobahan nating Renewable Energy Act, using biomass for that matter, ito pong ating ginagamit na bagaso to produce energy to run the machineries of a sugar processing plant. Gumagamit din ho yan initially ng diesel just to start the burning. Pero pag sunog na ho, nasusunog na, yun na mismong ating bagas ang ginagatong. But hindi ito ang question dito. Ang ating question dito kasi is in order for us to produce electricity or energy, for that matter, from solid waste, at the same time, it meets the standard of the Clean Air Act emission.
Yeah, Madam Chair. My basic question is, why I'm asking these questions, because I want to go deeper pertaining to this matter, pertaining to pollution. My main concern is about our environment. Now, I would like to know, pertaining to incinerator, pertaining to the system that we're going to create in our country, is this already, this has been approved by the EMB already or DNR? Na-aprubahan na po ba to? Because as what I know, the waste to energy wasn't approved yet by EMB. Because when I was a city councilor in Zamboanga City last year, this is my fight for our city. I want a cleaner act for Zamboanga City. But then, I'm so sorry to say, our city is not ready. We're not ready to produce the certain garbage that we require to operate that so-called incinerating machine. Because as per requirement, as I know, we need at least 600 metric tons of garbage per day. So, yun lang po. That's why I'm asking this, because I've been to this problem before since I was a chairman on pollution and solid waste management in Zamboanga City. And being a former ship captain, I'm a ship officer. As per marine pollution regulation, effectively, 2011, we must comply with SECA, ECA regulation. It means to say all of the country must comply with marine pollution. I would like to know whether this certain bill that we're going to propose, if we're meeting with marine pollution. As you know, our nearby countries, Korea, China, Japan, they're already complying with marine pollution. So I would like to know, that's why I'm asking, what's the volume of fuel that we're going to consume? Because I would like to know basically how many % of sulfur that we're going to allow to be disposed in our atmosphere if we're going to burn the said fuel. Yes, correct. Some of the factories, they're using fuel. Even the sugarcane factories, they're also using fuel. But we want to know, as per regulation, how many % are we going to allow and what's the tolerable limits of sulfur content should be disposed in our atmosphere.
Sa Clean Air Act ho yan, but before we go into that, Madam Speaker, ito pong bill na ito, in the committee hearing, in-endorse na po ito ng ating DENR. And I'd like to remind the body here, Madam Speaker, that the same bill was already approved on third reading in the 17th Congress and in the 18th Congress. In the 18th Congress, about 195 congressmen and women co-authored this bill, transmitted to the Senate, but due to lack of material time, it was reverted back. In both Congresses, the 17th, 18th Congress, and even this last committee hearing, this was already endorsed by all the agencies, including the academe, Madam Speaker. With regards to the quantity of fuel in order to start the burning process, we don't have the idea because, as I have told you, that depends on the size of the incinerator. But I presume that the most economical incinerator plant is not less than 100 metric tons capacity per day. But in Metro Manila, as we have noted, the garbage generated by our citizens here in Metro Manila is about 10,000 metric tons a day, which is even bigger than the whole of Singapore. Singapore already has 9,500 metric tons a day generation of solid waste. But in Metro Manila alone, we have about 10,000 metric tons.
Well understood. What I'm asking now, how many percent is the sulfur content that we're going to allow if we're going to use fuel coming from fossils to burn?
This is not on the analysis of the feedstock we're talking about. It is the analysis of the emission.
Yeah.
That we have to follow the emission standard. Even if it is sulfur-free or with 5% sulfur content, but what is important is the emitted gas, that the sulfur dioxide content is less than as specified in the Clean Air Act.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you, because I would like to know basically how many percent is the sulfur content so that we can get along with that. No, I'm not going against your proposed bill. I actually am supporting it because I want it to be passed. But there's a certain thing that we need to regulate as a legislator, because it is really important that we have to follow as per the present Marine Pollution Convention, because it's not only about that matter that we're talking about, but we're also talking about those vessel that is coming to the Philippines. I want that this regulation would jive into the present marine pollution regulations, because I'm sorry, but I'm also preparing a bill pertaining to vessels that is running in our country, because we really need to strengthen our regulation. We really need to be strict in our regulation, because in other countries, they're already applying it. But in our country, I'm sorry to say, sad to say, we haven't applied those. That's why I want to know, I know it has been passed to third reading in the previous Congress, but with this Congress, we need to scrutinize things, because I want to know what are we going to do pertaining to this Clean Air Act. We have to protect our environment. That is one of our top priority. Number two, I don't know if you have visited this plant. There's one plant in Bulacan that I visited in 2020, but unfortunately, due to pandemic, we're not able to visit anymore. Instead of fuel to start burning, they're using gas, because gas, the percentage of sulfur is very less, that is below 0.1%, which is the present regulation. I think it's 0.1% that we have to maintain sulfur content in every fuel. I think if we can ask them, to our dear sponsor, Madam Chair, if we can regulate the fuel content to below 0.1%, that would be better. I think if we could amend our bill pertaining to fuel, to the fuel content of to the sulfur content in the fuel, that would be 0.1%. Then that would be better, Madam Chair. At least we're in a win-win situation. Panalo po yung batas natin. We will save our environment. Then there will be no problem at all.
Tama yan, Madam Speaker. I agree with you. In fact, I'm a chemical engineer myself, and I understand that sulfur is contained only sa sinasabi ho niyong fossil fuel. Tama ho yun. As a marine engineer, for that matter, ginagamit ho natin to run the engines of the ship. At depende ho sa source. Kung sour crude ang ginagamit ho ninyo, tama ho yun, mataas ang sulfur content. But we are not talking about the diesel fuel. We are talking of the initial burning na ginagamit could be gas, tama ka. gas. Depende ho sa technology. And I presume na lahat ng supplier ng incinerator plant uses gas to initiate the burning. Yun ang ating pinag-usapan kanina. Tama ka rin, pag ang ginagamit mo ay diesel, depende yun sa source. Kung sour crude ang ginagamit sa ibang bansa nanggagaling ho yan, ang diesel fuel, alam ko mataas ang sulfur content. Pero tama ka na ang supplier ng equipment nito is very aware, very much aware. That's the reason why na meron mismo na control equipment na isusupply dapat at hindi papayag ang DENR na i-operate ang planta ng incinerator na yan kung walang control equipment na ilalagay.
Correct, Madam Chair. Correct. The sponsor is right. DNR set a regulation pertaining the operation of the equipment, but I want to clearly specify in that regulation that if we're going to use, regardless whatever fuel that we're going to use, whether it is gasoline, gas, at least the sulfur content in that emitted emission coming from the said plant, that will be 0.1%. At least may sinusubaybayan tayo na details na talagang detalyeng kailangan ilagay natin doon. Because if we don't have those, at any point, these people, they can cheat us. So, pertaining to that regulation, I don't know what's the means of monitoring. Diba? Kasi sa means of monitoring, regardless of whatever machines they're going to put that, how open are we going to monitor the said factories? Because in our city, there are a lot of canning factories also. Nagkakaproblema rin. Why? Every time they're going to produce yung tawag dito, yung mga usok galing sa mga chimneys nila. It's very, di ba? So, my point of view, going back to your bill, we would like to specify things kahit anong ilalabas nilang usok. At least we know that to the mere fact, whatever fuel they're going to use in that would be below 0.1% or at the range of 0.1% to the total volume of the content of the said sulfur.
Tama yun, Madam Speaker. I agree with the gentleman. But as I have said, it is the emission that controls the ppm of sulfur that you're talking about. In this technology that we are proposing, and in this bill, it is specified that there are control equipment already to be installed before you operate this plant. And it meets definitely the Clean Air Act. Because if it does not meet the Clean Air Act, including the sulfur emission that you're talking about, then the DENR cannot issue a permit to operate for that matter. Now, with regards to sulfur dioxide that you are talking about, the emission of sulfur is prevented by adding lime, calcium carbonate, in order to react with hydrochloric acid, to react with sulfur dioxide, and even dioxin. So the control here always is the result on the analysis of the emissions of the gases.
Thank you so much for that.
And that is a real-time control.
Yeah, thank you so much for that clarification. I would really understand what you're talking about, but I just want to go back again. We have to put it in written pertaining to the limits of the emissions in our atmosphere. Kasi pag wala po, I don't know, one time I'm with these employees from DENR, I was asking them, what's the content? They could not answer me. So my point of view, since I'm a new legislator, I'm here protecting our environment. Kaya sabi ko dapat lagyan po natin yan into written so that, everybody should know when they read upon these things, alam nila kung ano. Just amend a portion of it put the set sulfur limits in that regulation, I don't think so that would be a problem if we'll amend. Naayos nga natin mga ibang bills natin, we're able to amend. That is for the betterment of the people. That is for the betterment of the health of our people in the Philippines. I think there's nothing wrong, Madam Chair, with it. Thank you for allowing me to speak for our people.
Madam Speaker, in reply to that, we can also specify that, as you have stated, that the sulfur content of the startup gas or startup fuel to burn can be monitored at less than 0.1% of sulfur.
Majority
Thank you, Madam
Leader.
Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may I move that we recognize the party list representative from APEC, the Honorable Sergio Dagook, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Good afternoon, everyone. Would the distinguished sponsor yield to some clarificatory questions and possible recommendations in the proper time, Madam Speaker?
Yes, my pleasure.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. I have read the bill, the committee report, and it's true that it have already passed in the 18th Congress. I am one of the co-authors, a supporter of this act until now. However, I have observed that some of my recommendations did not appear. My concern here is very simple, Madam Speaker. In Section 3, there are only two agencies being involved, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources on the waste management facilities, and the Department of Energy on the part of waste to energy, if there is any. My concern, Madam Speaker, is all about the waste to energy that will be produced in some of the facilities. The ERC, or the Energy Regulatory Commission, is not involved, as well as in Section 7. So, this is the same concern that we have heard during the deliberation of EPIRA, na hindi po malinaw yung ibang provision. In the proper time, Madam Speaker, if the good sponsor will agree, we will introduce some amendments which are not controversial. We will just involve the agency in charge in regulating the energy that will be produced in some of the facilities. Kasi pag hindi po natin ginawa yon, they will interpret it na pipresyuhan nila kahit anong gusto nila, especially if the facility is owned and managed by the local government unit. So, pupunta na rin po tayo sa nangyari ngayon na walang saklaw si ARC sa patuloy na pagtaas ng presyo ng generation component. Yan lang po, Madam Speaker, ang concern ko. This representation will introduce some amendment in the proper time.
Madam Speaker, I welcome that amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of committee or individual amendments, if any.
There's a motion to open the period of amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee or individual amendment, I move.
Madam Speaker, as I have said a while ago, this representation would like to introduce a minor amendment, not controversial, I would just like that the energy input of some of the facilities be regulated by the Energy Regulatory Commission.
Session suspended.
Yung sa 9136 kasi energy ito eh. So far as public document. Powers and functions of tama yan. Dito, electric power. Kanyang rate? Pag-determine yung actual rate. As far as
Hati yung ERC. Tama ang ERC. Pricing yan.
Pricing, generation. Kasi yung pricing.
Pricing, you're talking of pricing.
Oh, yun nga po.
Ang nagre-regulate naman, ay ERC ang nagre-regulate. Oo, tama yun. Parang nga ngayon ang...
So, ang aking tawag ko, ang tawag mo, ibig sabihin. Ibig sabihin, price. Generation rate. Rate setting. Rate setting.
Importante yan to protect consumers.
Tama. Kasi po, yung more on rating, pero baka pwede na kasi agency kasi ito.
Basta to protect the consumer.
Pricing.
The regulation of generation charges.
Generated.
This from the WTE.
Lahat na to eh, kasi yung facilities na covered na yun. Lang naman ang generate.
Generated. Charge. Generation charge. Rate and pricing.
Instead of price. Generation cost kasi, ano yun eh, scenario yun eh. Gastos mo kapital. Pero yung gusto nyo, kano niya ibebenta, sabihin after the generation.
Yun na yun. Yun na yun, yung generation.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of individual amendment.
There's a motion to open the period of individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sergio Dagook for his individual amendment.
The Honorable Sergio Dagook is recognized for his individual amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. If the sponsor will agree, I would like to propose an individual amendment that on page 3, section 7, paragraph A, line 16, after the word applicable, insert the phrase, provided that the energy generated from the facilities shall be regulated by the Energy Regulatory Commission in as far as the rates and pricing thereof.
What does the sponsor say?
Fully agree, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor and we move that the individual amendment be accepted.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you,
Majority
Madam
Leader.
Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Majority Leader.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendment.
Madam
There's-
Speaker, Madam Speaker,
Yes. You may proceed.
before we close the period,
The Honorable Congressman Lagman is recognized.
I recall, Madam Speaker, that during the interpellation of the gentleman from Zamboanga City, the distinguished sponsor committed to make the necessary amendment to the effect that the startup fuel should not emit into the atmosphere more than 0.01%. I wonder whether this amendment can be accepted by the distinguished sponsor on behalf of the gentleman from Zamboanga City who is not here anymore. And we could just locate the necessary section where it can be provided for.
Majority Leader.
Move to suspend, Madam Speaker.
Session suspended.
Ano yung sinasabi?
Akala kasi, okay, hindi ka alam na. Okay na pala. Salamat. I was just concerned na baka mag-reklamo, tapos as pa ng reconsideration. Ano tayo kanila. Okay. Basta importante sa plenyo. Basta kahit hindi po kayo. Salamat po.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to introduce individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 6444. I so move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 644 on second reading. Those are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6444 is approved on second reading as amended. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, move to I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 6 as contained in Committee Report number 185, submitted by the Committee on Information and Communications Technology. And for this purpose, may I ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 6, an act promoting open access in data transmission and providing additional powers to the National Telecommunications Commission.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the session.
Session suspended.
Wala, amendments na.
Wala na? Thank you.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, the parliamentary status of House Bill number 6 is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that we recognize Representative Tobias Toby M. Chanco of the Lone District of Nabota City.
The Honorable Toby Chang is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm ready to accept questions and interpellations right now.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of interpellation.
There's a motion to open the period of interpellation. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of committee amendments, if any.
There's a motion to open the period of committee amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendment, I move that we now proceed to consider the individual amendments.
There's a motion to proceed to the individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the Representative Amparo Maria Zamora for his individual amendment.
The Honorable Amparo Zamora is recognized for her individual amendment.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to the sponsor. Madam Speaker, will the gentleman sponsor accept some amendments po?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Can our colleague read the proposed amendments so that we can study if we will
All right.
accept the amendments?
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Madam Speaker, on Section 5, Registration and Certification, Paragraph B, specifically on page 4, line 25, I propose to insert Paragraph D after the word management so that the amended Section 5 shall read as follows. Section 5, Paragraph D. Provisional authorities, PA, Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, CPCN, or certificates of registrations issued by the NTC prior to the effectivity of this Act shall be deemed valid without necessity of revalidation or reissuance until the date of expiration as stated in such certificates or other documents, and until the expiration of such certificates shall be deemed compliant with the qualification requirements for data transmission industry participants under this section and other regulations issued pursuant hereto. The reason is for clarity and in view of the possible significant changes brought about by this Act, CPCNs or other significant certificates issued prior to the effectivity of this Act shall remain valid until the expiration thereof in order to avoid having its holders applying anew under this Act. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What does the sponsor say?
Madam Speaker, the proposed amendment is accepted to provide clarity to the provision, and I thank you, our colleague, for introducing the amendment so that the bill becomes very clear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What does the House say?
Madam Speaker, we join the sponsor and move that the individual amendment be accepted.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce an individual amendment, I move that we close the period of individual amendment.
There's a motion to close the period of individual amendment. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 6. I so move, Madam Speaker.
There's a motion to approve House Bill 6 on second reading. Those are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 6 is now approved on second reading, including the said amendments. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for today, I move to consider House Bill number 4 as contained in Committee Report number 187. And for that purpose, Madam Speaker, I move that we open to consider House Bill number 4 under Committee Report 187 for consideration and approval for the second reading.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 4, an act providing protection to consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for the purpose the Electronic Commerce Bureau, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Mario Vittorio Marvi A. Marino of the 5th District of Batangas for his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Mario Vittorio Marvi Marino is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues in the House of Representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As Chairman of the Committee on Trade and Industry, it is my distinct honor and privilege to sponsor House Bill Number 4, entitled An Act Providing Protection to Consumers and Merchants Engaged in Internet Transactions, creating for the purpose of Electronic Commerce Bureau and appropriating funds therefor, which is the subject of Committee Report Number 187, dated November 28, 2022. House Bill Number 4, or the Internet Transactions Act, was introduced by no less than the Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, together with Representatives Yeda Marie Romualdez, Ferdinand Alexander Marcos, and Jude Asidre. It was promptly approved by the Committee on Trade and Industry during its organizational meeting held last October 24, 2022, in consolidation with 19 other similar measures, including House Bills numbers 687, 779, 950, 2599, 2732, 2858, 2929, 3011, 3050, 3084, 3149, 3422, 3564, 4158, 4265, 4917, 5157, 5525, and 5876. The same bill was immediately referred to and favorably acted upon by the Committee on Appropriations on November 16, 2022. The proposed Internet Transactions Act is included in the list of 19 priority measures for the 19th Congress, identified by His Excellency President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. during his State of the Nation address last July 25, 2022. No less than our Chief Executive underscored the need to enact a law which aims to establish an effective regulation of commercial activities through the Internet or electronic means to ensure that consumer rights and data privacy are protected, innovation is encouraged, fair advertising practices and competition are promoted, online transactions are secured, intellectual property rights are protected, and product standards and safety are observed. By promoting and maintaining a robust Internet transactions environment in the country, and by building trust between online merchants and consumers through secure, efficient, and reliable e-commerce platforms, the Internet Transactions Act hopes to encourage the creation of new products, services, business models, and processes. Once enacted, it shall apply to any stage of all business-to-business and business-to-consumer e-commerce and Internet transactions, including those related to the following activities. Letter A, Internet retail of consumer goods and services. Letter B, online travel services, online media providers, ride-hailing services, and digital financial services. Similarly, the Internet Transactions Act shall apply to any entity, foreign or domestic, who purposely and voluntarily directs its activities to the Philippine market, which shall be deemed as doing business in the Philippines and hence shall be subject to applicable Philippine laws. In addition, the proposed law ensures parity and respects the competition between online merchants and those who offer their goods and services through brick and mortar establishments. Among the bill's salient provisions is the creation of an e-commerce bureau under the Department of Trade and Industry, which shall have authority over activities conducted over the Internet, which are currently not regulated. The e-commerce bureau shall be the central authority that consumers and merchants may approach for complaints, and it shall take the lead in the development of online dispute resolution platforms, which shall be the single point of entry for consumers and online merchants seeking out-of-court resolution of disputes. Likewise, the same bureau is mandated to establish, manage, and maintain a registry of online businesses, which shall provide consumer access to data and information of registered online business entities for purposes of verifying the validity, existence, and of other relevant information pertaining to business entities. Moreover, the Internet Transactions Act directs the DTI to lead in the establishment of an industry-led e-commerce trust mark to provide assurance of safety and security in Internet transactions. Furthermore, it empowers the Secretary of Trade and Industry to issue an order directing a website, web page, online application, social media account, or other similar platform operating to the grave and irreparable prejudice of a consumer or a rights holder to cease and desist from marketing or offering goods and services that are accessible in the Philippines, and directing that no payment shall be made to any entity which, upon due notice and hearing, is marketing or offering such goods or service in violation of this Act, the Consumer Act of the Philippines, or any other related trade or consumer laws. Finally, it prescribes separate penalties for online merchants, e-commerce platforms, ride-hailing service providers, as well as consumers found in violation of the provisions of the proposed law. Madam Speaker, online retail and other e-commerce services is now a mainstay in the lives of almost every Filipino. The COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting lockdowns, quarantines, and social isolation brought about by this worldwide contagion have accelerated the shift by our countrymen towards a more digital world. Notable, too, is the latest report by E-Economy Southeast Asia that the Philippines registered the fastest growth in digital investments in Southeast Asia, with a 63% increase from 2021 to 2022. According to the same report, our country's digital economy is expected to reach $20 billion in gross merchandise value by the end of this year, after growing at 22% over the past year. By 2025, the local digital economy is projected to reach $35 billion, growing at a 20% compound annual growth rate, and possibly will hit $100 to $150 billion by 2030. Despite the partial resumption of the in-store shopping, e-commerce accounted for 70% of the overall Philippine digital economy. E-commerce, food delivery, and video on demand are the top 3 digital activities of Filipinos, showing an adoption rate of 88%, 69%, and 58% respectively among digital urban users. The report also highlighted the country's robust online media and digital financial services. Because of its growing digital economy, Southeast Asia is also predicted that the Philippines will be a hot investment hub across sector, including digital financial services. Given the actual and expected growth in e-commerce transactions, government regulations must be securely in place in order to protect the rights and interests of consumers and to provide them with remedies in case of complaints. Likewise, by prescribing guidelines, businesses operating in the digital market, particularly small and medium enterprises, will be able to scale up and expand their markets, build their reputation, and create verifiable track record of their performance and trustworthiness. Madam Speaker, my distinguished colleagues, in view of the foregoing, the Committee on Trade and Industry humbly prays for the passage of the Internet Transactions Act with utmost expediency. Thank you, Madam.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we are in the seat of the sponsorship speech of the Honorable Gatchalian on House Bill Number 4, and I move that the same be inserted and reflected in the House. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill Number 4. I so move, Madam Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none.
The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 6416 as contained in Committee Report number 188. And I move that the representative of the Lone District of Baguio City, Representative Mark Go, be recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the said measure.
House Bill 6416, an act strengthening the mental health services of state universities and colleges and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, Representative Mark Go of the Lone District of Baguio City, be recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech.
The Honorable Representative of Baguio City, the Honorable Mark Go, is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and my esteemed colleagues in this august chamber, I'm honored to sponsor House Bill 6416 under Committee Report 188, or an act strengthening the mental health services of state universities and colleges and appropriating funds therefore. This bill, Madam Speaker, with a short title, State Universities and Colleges Mental Health Service Act, mandates the Commission on Higher Education to require all 114 SUCs in the country to establish a mental health office in all their campuses. Each mental health office shall be manned by mental health professionals who shall serve as the mental health service personnel of the SUCs. Madam Speaker, this measure is a response to the grim statistics on suicide and depression and various issues on mental health that affected the youth of our nation in general, especially college students in particular. Madam Speaker, in 2017 report by the World Health Organization, the age standardized suicide rate in the Philippines is 5.8 for males, 1.9 for females, and 3.8 for both sexes. And globally, suicide is the fourth leading cause of death among 15 to 29-year-old children. These, of course, include college students who are mostly from 19 to 23 years old. The Philippine Statistics Authority reported that deaths caused by intentional self-harm or suicide rose by 57.3% in 2020 compared to 4,420 from the previous year. During the COVID-19 pandemic, mental health issues have aggravated in a recent study conducted by the Department of Health. It was found out that around 3.6 million Filipinos are battling various mental health disorders, including depression, substance use disorders such as alcohol use disorder, and mood disorders like bipolar disorder. COVID-19 infection in itself has been found to directly impact a person's mental health, including higher education students. A recent DOH study found out that one of the 3 COVID-19 patients in the Philippines was diagnosed with a mental health condition within 6 months of testing positive for COVID-19. Further, the National Center for Mental Health reported a drastic increase in the monthly calls received concerning depression at almost 400 compared to 200 callers before the COVID-19 lockdown. Madam Speaker, some people have this wrong perception that mental health issues like suicide and depression affect primarily the poor or the lower classes, and therefore not really much of a problem for college students, who mostly belong to the middle and upper classes. This is a common but simply false perception. The truth is that incidents abound of the increasing prevalence of suicide and depression in colleges attended by middle class or wealthy students. Studies have shown that the most vulnerable are the post-millennials, the generation of Filipinos born after 1994, which include the college students of today. Madam Speaker, this measure is a response for a specific group, our SUC community. The fact is that our country lacks mental health professionals who can deal with this problem. Thus, this measure mandates that the SUCs shall have to train, hire, deploy mental health professionals, including a psychologist, to the mental health office to ensure that each SUC shall have mental health professionals or mental health service providers within 5 years from the effectivity of this act. This will ensure that proper and adequate mental health services are provided in all SUCs. The SUCs, Madam Speaker, through the mental health offices, shall develop and provide for sufficient allocation for mental health programs and projects designed to maintain and address the mental health and well-being of its faculty, students, and personnel. Madam Speaker, in the case of scarcity of available health services personnel for full-time employment in the mental health offices, the SUCs may enter into agreements for hiring on a contractual or part-time basis in the campuses of the various state universities and colleges. Madam Speaker, this bill provides that the CHED and the SUCs, through their mental health offices, shall initiate and sustain a heightened campaign to raise the collective consciousness about mental health. This awareness campaign shall give special emphasis to the issues of suicide prevention, stress handling, mental health and nutrition, and guidance and counseling. The objective is to make the whole SUC community, especially the students, aware of in-campus mental health services. Madam Speaker, this measure also directs the Commission on Higher Education in coordination with the 114 SUCs to establish mechanisms to maximize existing resources offered by other executive departments, such as the attached agencies to the Department of Health dealing with mental health and the Department of Social Welfare and Development. Madam Speaker, this measure will be a positive step towards alleviating the crisis of suicides, depression, and other mental health problems in our SUCs. Thus, Madam Speaker and esteemed colleagues, I pray that this bill, which will have a significant effect on the SUC community, especially the students, will be approved in this August chamber and eventually enacted into law. Again, maraming salamat at magandang hapon po sa lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is now open. Approved.
Open.
I terminate.
Closed.
The period of sponsorship and amendments is now closed. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of committee amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee amendment, I move that we close the period of the committee amendment.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of committee amendments is closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of individual amendments is now open.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to introduce individual amendments, I move that we close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of individual amendments is now terminated. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading, House Bill number 6416. I so move, Madam Speaker.
There is a motion to approve House Bill 6416 on second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill number 6416 is hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for a few minutes of suspension.
Session is suspended.
Ratification lang ng BICAM ng budget.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. May we request the honorable members to please proceed to the flagpole for the Christmas tree lighting. Thank you.
Classroom mood.
Hello, Jello.
Hindi pa. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the change of referral of House Number 503, 639, 1159, 1692, 2174, 2339, 2628, 2759, 3035, 3045, 3090, 3437, 3450, 3513, 3613, 3637, 4019, 4083, 4105, 4308, 4500, 4590, 4872, 5217, 6078, and 6136, all measures mandating institutionalization, development, training, organization, and administration of Basic Reserve Officer Training Corps, ROTC, from the Committees on Basic Education and Culture and Higher and Technical Education to the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Basic Education and Culture. So move, Madam Chair.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The said House bills are hereby referred to the Committees on Higher and Technical Education and Basic Education and Culture. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would like to request that the guest of Representative Ana York Bondoc and Speaker Martin Romualdez be recognized, namely Dr. Melvin Sanicas, member of the Infectious Disease Society of America, international vaccine specialist and winner of TOYM 2022.
To the guests of Rep. Ana York Bondoc, Dr. Melvin Sanicas, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
Okay. Session issue. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are in the seat of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on House Bill number 4488, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2023. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move that we ratify the said Bicameral Conference Committee report.
There is a motion to ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on House Bill number 4488. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on House Bill number 4488 is hereby ratified.
Mr. Speaker, considering that there are no more matters to be discussed, I move that we adjourn session until tomorrow, Tuesday, December 6 at 2 p.m.
We hear any objection? The chair hears none. Session adjourned till tomorrow.
Recording stopped.
The best